Get that printer figured out there, and we'll be right back at it. But again, if you need your time slip, you just went down and didn't get your time slip, which is entirely possible, it sounds like. We'll meet you at the bottom of the tower with those time slips. So send yourself or one of your crew up with your car number and let us know, and we'll make sure we get you taken care of on that. And what a great looking racetrack. I can tell it's just smooth as silk out there, straight and nice. I think y'all are in for a real treat. If you've never raced here before, I think you're in for a real treat on that racetrack out there this weekend. So again, nothing wrong here with the racetrack or anything else, but we do have a printer issue down there at the big end. If you did not get your time slip from that first pass, if you didn't get it, it didn't print, whatnot. I think she was meeting everybody at the base of the tower. If you did not get that, so we can make sure that you have your time slip, we have it. Apparently, it's just a communication issue with the printer. And we've got 3 of our best guys on it right now, at least 3. And we'll get that up and running here in just a few minutes, and we'll go back to it. So, got a few minutes. Stock, you should be in 3 and 4. Stock, you should be in 3 and 4. Quick rods, you're going to be on standby. Pretty well, as soon as we start rolling again, I'm probably going to call quick rod. So, just letting y'all know we are not too far away. All right, looks like the call was made to fire them back up and pull them in the lane. So buckle up, strap in, and let's get back rolling our hot rod qualifying session number 1. All right, looks like we are back rolling, moving towards the water box. Jim Pigeon, 83 yellow Cutlass over here on the right side of the racetrack, and Frank Jenkins, the 63 Pontiac Le Mans with a big block. Big block Chevy under the hood there for Jenkins. Bill Jackson Racing engines. Jenkins welding and fabrication there on the big 63 Le Mans. 83 Cutlass there on the right side out of Mechanicstown, Ohio for Jim Pigeon. We are back rolling here in Hot Rod Q1, TT1, whatever you want to call it. They're going to be on a 7 flat index, as everything racing this weekend is 660 feet, 8th mile. I know a lot of the throttle stop guys that normally are always running 1090 or 990 or 890 are going, hey, we'd sure like to have more than one hit at this racetrack to figure out what we need to dial. Jenkins is 15 up front, goes 690 flat. Pigeon on the other side of the index, 705 at 95 mile an hour for the Cutlass. Mike, don't call me Ted Nugent on the right side. Nugent's Auto Detailing. Another S10. Good-looking second-gen Camaro there for Gary Fleener out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Fleener Racing transmissions and level performance for the Camaro. $19 on the bulb there for Nugent, 12 up front for Fleener. 704 for the right lane for the S10. Fleener and his Camaro goes 719 at 115 mile an hour. Got to put just a little more time in that stop to get that one dialed down. I'm sorry, take a little time out. Needs to be a little quicker. Ray Miller and Tim Shuck. Shuck, 67 Chevrolet Camaro on the left side out of West Lafayette, Ohio. Right side, Mansfield, Ohio's Miller Racing Transmissions for Ray Miller. In that Tri-5 Chevrolet shoebox down there. All right, final call stock. Final call stock. Stock Q1. Final call, final call. Stock to 3 and 4, stock to 3 and 4, final call. Miller went 739 at 104. Shuck 703 at 103 there. Everybody looks like they are already dialed in on the Christmas tree. 15 up front for Miller, 25 on the front end there for Shuck. Corey Hansen and Rob Foss. Foss, the little S10 out of Lucas, Ohio on the left side. Bill Jackson Racing and Nitro Joe Stats on the side of the Foss machine. Corey Hansen, 64 long roof wagon there out of Brighton, Michigan. Attention in the pits, final call stock. Final call stock Q1 to 3 and 4. Final call stock Q1 to 3 and 4. Hansen is 11 red up front, 709 at 106 on the right side. Foss 693.3, 106 mile an hour there for the Foss machine, 62 on the bulb. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Quick Rod to 1 and 2. Quick Rod to 1 and 2 first call. We'll call it first and second call. Quick Rod to 1 and 2. Little double bulb there on the right lane. Starter catches that and backs him back up, courtesy staging. Lee Newmeyer over there on the left side starts to roll in with the little Vega there. 76 Vega on the left side out of Shelby, Ohio. Oh, it must be a big motor car there. Let's see what the mile per hour is there. Goes 794 at 107. 10 up front, and hey, that right side Camaro was 005 on the tree. Looks like probably the final car in the category there. That's going to be Alex Miller out of Mansfield, Ohio. The 80 Chevy Monza, the Miller Racing Transmissions machine on the right side of the racetrack. Again, second call, Quick Rod. Quick Rod to 1 and 2. Quick Rod to 1 and 2, please. Miller going to wrap up Q1 here for the hot rod category. 006 red. Let's see, I know a lot of guys, like I said, they're taking their first shot at 7 flat. So they're going to tweak those throttle stops and get them a lot closer next round. He goes 707 and 112 there for the Miller machine. And we move right straight into stock. Michael Hour's going to kick off stock here on the left side of the racetrack. The 71 Demon out of Xenia, Ohio. Jegs Performance and Paint. Or Jegs and Performance Paint. Maybe that's what it is. Jeff's Auto Body. Sponsor there for Zach Ross out of Belmont, Ohio. The 2010 Dodge Challenger. 701 base number there for Ross. 789 for Hours. Hours goes 715 on the 789, 620 on the 701 base index for Ross. Robert Scheif, he's my next door neighbor down here in the pits. Got the 1980 Dodge Murata. GT car. E-index 8 flat. The base index there for Scheif. Left side, Terry Knott. 73 Dart, 780. Base number there for the Dodge Dart. 46 up front on the tree, goes 730 on the 780, 766 with a 008 light there for the Murata. All right, Mike Sheehan on the right side, 88 Mustang out of Lanesburg, Michigan. Roberts Dairy Service. Well, they must like the milk there on the Sheehan team. Milk Money Racing, Grins Dairy, and Roberts Dairy. 38 on the tree, 758 with a 9, 88 mile an hour there for the right side machine, the Mustang. The left side, Steve Zomey. That Dakota, 746 at 89 miles an hour. It's going to be a whole different ball game this weekend in the rod classes. 8th mile racing, a lot of these guys either never do it or maybe haven't done it in a while, and then you're going to have some 8th mile killers. All they do is 8th mile racing. So it's going to be quite the different story. You're not going to see the huge mile-an-hour differences between the two lanes and whatnot because there's not enough room to do it. Just like always, you know, so many of these races won and lost on the tree. It's going to be even more imperative this weekend because you're not going to be able to make it up on the big end. You're going to say, oh, I've got what I've got. 28 there for Steven Tukolsky. 6.77 on the 7.54. Scott Bartlett. Left side, the 79 Oldsmobile goes 8.33 is his base number. He goes 7.62 at 87 mile an hour. Scott Klingler and Bobby Lundum. Klingler, the VP Racing Fuel Waltrip Brewing F-Stock car on the right side. 736 base dial there for that 2000 and I believe 21 or so Camaro. Left side 68 Nova plus 29 red on the tree. 791 base number goes 719. Klingler 648 on the 736. Quick Rod, Quick Rod, Quick Rod. You should be on your way to 1 and 2. Quick Rod to 1 and 2. Quick Rod to 1 and 2. Brent Derrick, right side out of Hookstown, PA. One of my favorite cars to watch leave because he gets his money's worth out of the back bumper and out of the wheelie bars. 736 going to be his base number there on the right side. Aaron Allison. Also a Camaro, next generation up. 762 for the Race Tools Direct Camaro on the left side of the racetrack. Garrett 10 up front, 665 on the 736 base. 762 the base for Allison, goes 693 at 98 mile an hour. And it does look like that wraps up first round of stock. And we are just going to be moments away from Quick Rod. So Quick Rod, Quick Rod, Quick Rod. You should be on your way to the lanes. 1 and 2, Quick Rod. Super Stock, you're on standby. Quick Rod, Quick Rod. Third, fourth, and fifth call. Quick Rod to 1 and 2. Quick Rod to 1 and 2, please. All right, going to be moving into Quick Rod here in just a moment. Quick touch-up of the starting line after the Stalkers. Rolling into Quick Rod. Quick Rod's index is 570 this weekend. 570 the number for Quick Rod. 660 feet, 8th mile. 4/10 Pro Tree. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Stock. Super Stock to 3 and 4. Super Stock to 3 and 4. Final call, Quick Rod. You should be in 1 and 2 if you're not there already. You're late. Quick Rod 1 and 2. Super Stock. Super Stock to 3 and 4, please. Again, we're moving into Quick Rod. That's going to be a 570. Be a 570 index here for Quick Rod on the 660-foot track. One of the nicest looking racing surfaces I've seen in a long time. I mean, it is phenomenal. I'm going to say I'm jealous. Mark Claypool, right side. The Rossler sponsored whatever year that is, 1970. Oh, my goodness. It's too early for that. I'm not warmed up yet. Don't laugh at me. It's in 1970. It's not a 2000 anything, I can promise you. Left side, Kevin Trusty. 2019 Kearns Dragster. Going Radical Racing. Par engines there. 570 going to be the number for Quick Rod for this weekend. Looks like Claypool didn't get the car set. Rolled through the beams. No time there for Claypool. Trusty, 575 at 143 miles an hour. All right, next pair coming around the corner, Steve Taylor. Coshocton, Ohio? Is that a place?
Yeah.
And I got it right the first time.
I'm so proud of
You should be proud of me. That's Taylor on the left side, 20-6, 20-6. You got me all kind of messed up there. Red light start there for Taylor. 643, 143 mile an hour. 593 for the right side. A $142 out the back. First shot at the racetrack for a lot of these folks that don't have any clue where to set their throttle stops. So this first one, I'm sure everybody's making either an all-out pass or they got way too much time in it and they'll figure it out. That's why they're getting a few extras here. Jamie Elrod, right side. 2006 American Dragster. Edward Toulis out of Lisbon, Ohio, 2010 Diamond. Elrod, per usual, 003 on the tree. Nice start there for Jamie. 590 at 142 mile an hour. 609 at 132 for Toulis. Rick Skaggs and Bruce Brecker. Ohio Crankshaft and Brecker Trucking. For the left side, the 81 Camaro out of Brunswick, Ohio. Skaggs, Sullivan, Ohio. 65 Mustang over there with Ford power. Numa Sports Drinks and Malco Automotive. There on the hit for Skaggs. It was 556.9 at 124 mile an hour. Left side Brecker, 642 at 127. So now it'll be time to really take a bunch out of the throttle stop there for Brecker. Christopher Fields and Steve Fields. Left side Steve, right side Chris. Out of Carlton, Michigan. Ring and pinion shop, surprisingly, on both of those dragsters. Again, super stock, you should be coming to 3 and 4. Super stock, you should be in 3 and 4. Quick rod, roll them on down here. Quick rod, you should be in 1 and 2. Roll them on. If you're at the top of the hill, we need you at the bottom of the hill. How about a trip zip 6 there for Fields on the right side for Chris? 5:58.3 and 0:006 on the tree. That ain't a bad way to start right out of the trailer. Steve Fields, not quite the same light there. 42 up front, 5:56. So how about that, Team Cars? 5:56 at 136 on the left side, 5:58 at 135 on the right side. Adam Gerber on the right side, Goodyear APD. Mark Wellness, sponsors there for the machine out of Salem, Ohio. Gerber, first one I've seen pretty close to that 570. Goes 576 and 139 mile an hour. 581 for the left side at $150. Final call, super stock. I see a bunch of you must have heard that last call. Super stock, you should be in 3 and 4. Super Roger on standby. Super Roger on standby. Super stock, you should be in 3 and 4, please. Bill Jackson is exceptionally close to the left side of the groove. Way, in fact, at what I would call way out of the groove to the left side. So let's see how that affects the Jackson machine. But he's got that thing a full car width to the left of the groove. Who am I to say? He's hugging the center line the whole way down. He started to the left and finished to the left. Did go, listen, on the 579, though. He was 004 on the red side and 569 with a 7 at 140 miles an hour. So certainly knows what the tune is to run that 570. So, again, now when I say who am I to say where he stages? He went 004, 569, 7. Left side, 579, 144 mile an hour. Looks like there's about one more pair of our quick rod down there. Of course, quick rod, 570 index. If you're watching online, 570 index. This is the first time shot. And lots of these guys never, or guys and gals, I'm not using that any way other than general, guys. A lot of them never run 8th mile to be able to know where a throttle stop setting might be. Yes, I know we all pass the 8th mile to get to the quarter mile, but throttle settings and the throttle stop settings and the multiplications of the throttle stop to figure out what you need in it are different if you're only going to the 8th mile. So you got to do a little bit of calculating this weekend. I said that one on purpose, by the way. That was not a mistake. Final call super stock. Final call super stock to 3 and 4. Final call super stock to 3 and 4, please. Nick Karras, 2020 Chevy-powered Diamond Dragster, Clifton Steel for the left side. We'll definitely have a little more information on some of them. We got some tech cards kind of turned in late, so not all of them are entered as far as information for me, but I promise it will be there quickly. So if I don't say your name this time, it's okay. We'll get you. Online, we are at Darana Dragway. We're not at Darana Raceway. We're at Darana Dragway in West Salem, Ohio. West Salem, Ohio. Previously known, I'm trying to get the folks online, previously known as Dragway 42, West Salem, Ohio. Going into Superstock. Formerly known as Dragway 42. I'll go ahead and get it out of the way. All of the IHRA purchased and owned racetracks are going to be called Darana. They might be Raceway, Dragway, Motorsports Park. Just look for where they are, right? West Salem, Ohio this weekend. What used to be Dragway 42. John Sierra goes down the right side. We are now in Superstock. 682 at 99 mile an hour on the 751 number. Left side was 630 to buck 06. Randy Running and Aaron Russell. Running. 1992 Olds Achieva. VP Racing Fuels, Crocodile Cloth, and American RV on the right side with a 665 base number. The left side, Aaron Russell. Russell Auto and Truck. 96 Camaro SS GT automatic car, GTE automatic car there for Russell. 672 base number goes 635. And Running goes 592, 114 on the 665 base number. Super Rod to 1 and 2. Super Rod to 1 and 2. Super Rod to 1 and 2, please. Earl Rowe and Lance Pinto. It's very confusing that Pinto is driving a Chevelle. I don't know what to say there. Earl Rowe has been the #1 qualifier, I think, at all of the races this year in Superstock. 641 on the 739 index there for Rowe. Pinto, I don't know. Do I call it Pinto or Chevelle? I don't know what to do right now. Pinto in the Chevelle out of Walworth, New York. That is a lot. Wait till I tell you the sponsors. We'll get those next time. Chris Lozon, right side. Another one of those 92 Achievas. Check out the 69 Camaro on the left side of the racetrack. 680, the base number for the Achieva. GTF automatic car. Now, here you go. I have 2 GTF automatic cars, so should Lance Pinto in the Chevelle meet Chris Lozon in the eliminations, they will be heads up. They're both categorically the same car. Lozon is 002 636. Boy, they'd be pretty close too. Lance was 638, Lozon was 636, so they would be quite the pair in a heads-up battle. Jeffrey Ross and Daryl Chiaravino. Chiaravino out of Milan, Michigan. 67 Camaro. Accurate transmission, 701 base number there for Chiaravino. Ross with Jeff's Auto Body. 2009 Challenger out of Barton, Ohio. 716 the base number for the Challenger. Chiaravino leaves a little soon. 636 on the 701. And how about the pass there for Ross? 630 on that 716 number. Nice pass there for Jeff Ross. Augustus Adkins. That is a great name. On the right side out of Ravenswood, West Virginia, the 69 AMX. 643 base number. That is a SSA car. So that is on the quick end of Superstock. And the PK Racing Rods, 08 Cobalt of Andy Cronenbitter on the left side. Cronenbitter's 19 red, Adkins is 17 red. 561 there for Adkins in that AMX. Cronenbitter, 607 on his 688 base number. Just a few left here in Superstock, and then we'll be moving towards Super Rod. Super Rod. Second or third or fourth call for Super Rod. Aaron Allison going to be on the left side. 90 Cavalier out of East Palestine, Ohio. Free Palestine, Ohio. 616 for the Race Tools Direct Cavalier. Right side, good looking little S10. I don't have it in the system yet, but we'll get there again. Just got a few of them that hadn't been names and whatnot typed in yet. It's all good. Nice wheels up launch there for Allison. 38 up front, 579 on his 616 number. Right side, 599 for the S10. I'll call final call Super Rod. Final call Super Rod. Final call Super Rod. Terry Allison and Alex Miller. Allison also going to be on the left side in the S10. Miller, that's not the right car for Alex Miller. Normally drives a Monza. In a Camaro this weekend there, 85 Camaro. Miller Racing Transmissions and Fast Bucks LLC goes 647 on the 703 base. 659 base there for Terry Allison. 605 is what he goes at 112. John Fretch. Summit NGK and Goodyear sponsored machine there. 86 Firebird out of Cortland, Ohio. All right, looks like that wraps up first round of Superstock. If you're just joining us online, we're at Darana Dragway, West Salem, Ohio. IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, second to the last event, or what I like to say the penultimate event, because I don't get to say penultimate near enough. But it's a great word. It means second to the last. We will be at Darana Motorsports Park. See, I'm getting ready to blow y'all's mind here on the live feed. The next race is also at a racetrack called Darana Motorsports Park, Dunn, North Carolina. Previously known as Galot. Why are they all called Darana? It's the same owner. Why are all McDonald's called McDonald's? It's okay. You know where you're going. West Salem, Ohio this weekend. Previously, Dragway 42. With new ownership comes new name. And it's a beautiful thing. And for me, it makes it easy. Everyone I'm at, I can say I'm at Darana. But then I have to remember the rest of the story. West Salem, Ohio this weekend. Previously, Dragway 42. I've never been here before, and it's a cool place. If you've never been here, first of all, the racing surface is phenomenal looking from up here and from down there. I've been on it. I haven't been down it, but I have certainly been standing down there, and it is phenomenal. Nice wide lanes, smooth as silk, and I love the hillsides tapered down towards the racetrack. People like to sit up across the top of the hillside on their golf carts and whatnot and be able to look right down and see a great view of the action. IHRA under new ownership this year. Daryl Cuttle, Darana Hybrid. Daryl Cuttle, the owner of the IHRA, and has gone around and snatched up some racetracks and just thrown a Brinks truck at each one of them. I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. Fresh paint, fresh concrete, lots of fresh asphalt, lighting, sound systems, timing systems, bringing these tracks up to a standard they possibly haven't been at in a long time. I'll go ahead and say it looks to me like it's one of the best things that's happened not only to the IHRA in years, but to drag racing, the sport in general, in years. And he's a speed freak, by the way. He's not just some guy that said, oh, I want to spend some money. He also has the world record boat that he himself drove at the Lake of Ozark shootout just a few weeks back. 242 miles an hour out of a 50-foot boat in a 3/4 of a mile course. He's got, from what I understand, quite the collection of outlaw and hot rod snowmobiles. IHRA here, and Daryl has already acquired as well and unified again, or will be unifying again, the IHRA Australia. That was posted yesterday as unifying those. Bringing back a lot of things to the IHRA, but also just way going forward. We've got a band here this weekend playing up on the hill. Jumbotrons in the one on the hill and at least one more over in the pits. If you're just tuning in, we were supposed to run a Pro-Am today, but we had to wait around absolutely forever. We did not get to hit the racetrack yesterday. The rain and whatnot would not cooperate. And then today, kind of the same thing. It was a heavy fog this morning. We had to wait quite a while for that to lift. And then, the coolness and the heavy cloud cover just wreaked havoc on trying to get the place dry. So what we did, instead of having qualifying and then maybe having one shot today and trying to get a race in tonight, which would never get finished by the late starting time, we're doing 3 qualifying sessions. So if you're watching online, you're watching 3 time trial qualifying sessions today for the race this weekend. These are the Pro-Am cars. Of course, tomorrow morning they'll get one more, and they'll run their first round of eliminations. Tomorrow afternoon, the pros take the racetrack. Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car, Top Alcohol, Fuel Alters. First time we've had them here this year. And that, I can't wait to see the Fuel Alters. Of course, you've got 3 classes of Pro Mod. There's going to be a huge contingency of Pro Mod here this weekend. You got Pro Mod, Pro Nitrous, and Outlaw Pro Mod. No rules Pro Mod other than safety equipment. And I don't think they can have Nitro. Other than that, I believe that's pretty well wide open. Cars like Bubba Stanton, Frankie Madman Taylor, and some of those guys will be here or are here already running Outlaw Pro Mod. No rules, just right Pro Mod. Of course, we got Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, rod classes, stock, super stock, Nitro Harleys, Outlaw snowmobiles, or Outlaw sleds, some will prefer to call them. They are not exactly racing on the snow right now. Factory stock, got a few of those guys here. I mean, it is quite the amazing lineup. The payouts are unmatchable anywhere else. And the service you get, now this is race number 4. It's race number 5 for me to be at this year. We did have the Outlaw Pro Mod race earlier a few weeks back. Any No Prep Kings there? Yes. Well, they're not No Prep Kings anymore. That doesn't exist anymore. Disco Dean, Kai Kelly will both be here. I'm reading a few things on the live feed here just to kind of, as I see folks chiming in. The Pro Mod's going to be off the chain this weekend. I can't wait for Pro Mod and the Top Fuel. The fields on Top Fuel and Funny Car and all those, they just keep growing and keep getting more and more exciting all the time. It'll be interesting to see what the mile an hour and the ETs are. 8th mile in Pro Mod. in Top Fuel. I suspect we're going to see some 270, 280 mile an hour passes there to the 8th. Mountain Motor Pro Stocks, thank you, Rob. One of the biggest single classes out there. Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Sorry, Rob. I was just going off the top of my head. Mountain Motor Pro Stock, I think there's 15 pre-registered in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. And that is some of the absolute best side-by-side racing you ever get to see. 830 cubic inch big blocks, rolling gears. It's awesome. Hello, Stephen Recchia. Lots of folks tuned in online. If you're watching online and you haven't hit the thumbs up button there on the IHRA page or for this feed, or you don't follow IHRA or subscribe to IHRA, you need to do that. That shows YouTube how many people are following, watching, liking, share. There's a tab there for you can share. Make your post to your Facebook page and say, hey, this is what I'm watching. Get on here. It's some of the best racing you ever get to see. Share that. Make your own post. Where are you at? Second to the last Outlaw Nitro Series event of 2025. Of course, the 2026 schedule was released back a few weeks ago, actually. The finals this year, November 5th through November the 8th. Darana Motorsports Park online. Darana Motorsports Park, Dunn, North Carolina, previously known as Galat. Again, if you're watching online, there's how many people? There's 1,000 people watching online, but only 44 have clicked the thumbs up button. I want everybody to click the thumbs up button. It's easy. It's free. It won't sign you up for anything. So click that thumbs up. I want to see the thumbs up from today's feed up in the 500, 600, 700. Why not? You're on here. I can see there's 1,000 of you there. There should be 934 thumbs ups. Do it. I'm watching you. So again, if you're not here, make your plans to go to Dunn, North Carolina, the previously known as Galat Raceway or Galat Motorsports Park, now part of the Darana family. And we will be there November 5th through November the 8th, Dunn, North Carolina. 4 days of racing. Pro-Am will be Wednesday, Thursday. Pro race will be Friday and Saturday down at Galat. Dunn, North Carolina, Darana Motorsports Park. If you can't be there, of course, the action will be brought to you on IHRA TV on YouTube, just like a lot of you all, 1,000 of you are watching right now. So try to, first of all, make your plans, because you can watch online, and it's amazing coverage, and you will also notice, yes, no nitro today. You will also notice that the live stream, the feed that you get for free at every IHRA race this year, at every IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series race this year, more cameras and whatnot will be here on tomorrow and Saturday's coverage as well. Drone footage, boom cameras, all those kind of things. You will be blown away if this is the first time you've watched one of these feeds. First of all, where have you been? Second of all, it's much better in person. So today we are doing only Pro-Am classes, 3 qualifier time trials. Tomorrow afternoon, Nitro starts. And that is Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Car, Nitro Harleys. Also, don't forget, whether you're watching online or you're out here in the pits, let's say later today you're driving home from work and you can't still have the YouTube live feed on or Speed Sport 2 on. You can't watch it. You're not supposed to watch it while you're driving down the road. But you don't have to miss any of the action. If you load the Track Tune Live app, there is a little thing coming right out of my microphone feed that will produce all of the PA, direct feed from the PA, right there on your phone app. Whether you have an Apple, you get it out of the Apple Store or the Play Store for Android users. Put it on your tablet, your iPad, all those things. You can then, of course, you can Bluetooth it right to your radio in your car. You'll be able to listen. Look, I said we should have 1,000 thumbs up. We went from 44. We're now at 350. Y'all doing a good job. Keep putting them in there. I will let the world know. What is taking? Look, right as you said that, somebody said, "What is taking so long?" We had a time slip printer issue here. I don't know, maybe 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, and apparently it's maybe either returned or whatever. It's given us a little problem. It's the time slip. It's the time slip printer. It's communication with the time slip printer, and we're resolving said issue. So we will be back running here very shortly. All right, again, so just letting everybody know, we are trying to resolve a printer issue at the time slips. Everything else is working 100% proper, no problems. But the time slip printer doesn't seem to be wanting to communicate. What we have here is failure to communicate. Just holding up that way when everybody goes down, they can get their proper time slip. Back up rolling here pretty darn soon. All right, here's the call. We're ready to start sending cars again. We're going to continue to resolve the printer issue. If you do not get your time slip when you come around, the unfortunate thing is you're going to have to yourself or send one of your crew people up here to get a time slip. We're getting time slips. We're printing them here at the tower. If you do not get it down there at the ET shack, come to the tower and we'll make sure we get it for you. All right, Super Rod, suit up. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Super Rod, buckle up. Super Rod, buckle up. 640. Going to be the number for Super Rod this weekend, 660 feet. What I noticed in the other classes is most people might be way off on the index here on this first shot. A good portion of these cars are used to running eighth mile or quarter mile. So throttle stop numbers don't necessarily correlate where you can just use your same formula. So they're going to, a lot of them are going to pick that number back up, see what it runs to the eighth all out, and then they'll dial them back in with throttle stops, or some of them already know what their calculating figures are for their throttle stops, but you will see quite a few of them, if you want to say miss the number. They're more trying to use this as an actual test session to be able to get those cars dialed in for tomorrow's race. So you're going to have 3 time shots today, 1 time shot tomorrow, and then go into first round. And then tomorrow afternoon, Nitro and all the pro classes hit the racetrack. Attention in the pits. I need top sportsman to 3 and 4. Top sportsman to 3 and 4, please. Top sportsman to 3 and 4, please. Rolling into the water box, Jake Elrod and Les Ames. Ames 77 Vega. Left side, Elrod. 2020 Chevrolet Corvette. ATM Innovations, American Race Cars, and Mosier Engines. Right side, Ames out of Prospect, Ohio. 77 Vega there. This would normally be your 990 quarter-mile index. If you're watching online, you're like, what's going on? This would normally be your 990 Super Rod Index. We are all 8th mile this weekend. So 660 feet, translate that 990, 640 would be the number here for Super Rod this weekend. Again, attention in the pits. Top sportsman to 3 and 4. Top sportsman to 3 and 4, please. 4/10 Pro Tree, 640 Index, door cars, and left-hand steer roadsters. All available to run here in Super Rod. Elrod, 618, 133 mile an hour. Ames, 623, a $108. And by the way, both of them were 10 on the tree. Elrod and Ames both 010 on the light. Can I not call him Jake Elrod? Maybe Jake wants him to give him some loving, right? Online. All right, Mike Lagos and Vince Gregory. I finally got that one right. I've been calling him Grejor for about 3 races, and I was in his trailer here the other day, and I found out, yes, I've been saying it wrong, but nobody corrected me. It's okay. Vince Gregory, 55 Bel Air. Oh, they typed it in here for me this time, Gregory. Mike Lagos in the 92 Z28 went 679, 114. Gregory, 645 at 112 for that 55 Bel Air. Next pair of Camaros staging up. Tony Martinez, 79 on the right side. And Charlie Flanagan, the 81 Camaro on the left side. Flanagan's 008 red. Martinez, 058 up front, goes 613 at 109. Flanagan pretty close to that 640 number right out of the box. 642 at 121 mile an hour. Mike Donnell and Rich Pica. Pica, the 84 Chevrolet Corvette. On the left side of the racetrack, right side, 78 Monza, sponsored by Dad. Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance. That is Mike Donnell out of Southington, Ohio. Little something going there on the Donnell machine, going on there. Get the door back closed. Not sure what was going on there, but it looks like they've got that one straightened out, and he's going to roll into the beams there. Pico with a little hop to the left there. 35 up front, 646.9. Right side, Donald, 688 at 113 mile an hour there. Like I said, these .90 classes, these rod classes, are a whole different ball game when you put them on the 8th mile. They're still heads-up indexes, but the throttle stops are not on near as long, and the mile per hour between the two lanes is not as great of a difference. They usually run a lot closer to each other as far as mile per hour go. You don't see one of them going 182 and the other one going 140. Tom Diamond goes down 002 red on the right side, 645, 130 mile an hour, 643 on that left side was Roger Wellman, the 92 Beretta. Next pair in the box. Cool looking 91 Daytona. Abruzzi transmissions and converters. That's Jack Schnitzer out of Butler, PA. And Chris Gober. The 89 Plymouth K car. The Reliant K. APD, level performance, Fleener transmissions. 008 for Gober. And Schnitzer, dead on with an 8 off the trailer. 122 mile an hour, 640 with an 8, 50 up front. Got a little bit of work to do on the front end. Gober, 008 on the tree, 648, 119 miles an hour there for the left side. Steve Theodore, right side, the 63 Chevrolet Corvette. And boy, oh boy, does it get all kinds of out of shape in the burnout. Started to kick one way and then all of a sudden turned way back the other side. So get it straightened back out there for Theodore. And check out, we'll go ahead and say that's got to be one of the most unique cars in the category and probably on the property. The 1957 Volkswagen Beetle. ATI performance on the left side out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. It doesn't sound like the rest of them either, does it? Got a little work to do there for Powers. Goes 778 at 88 miles an hour. And Theodore, 652, 131 for the Corvette. Top sportsman, attention, top sportsman. Attention to the pits, top sportsman. You should be in 3 and 4. Top sportsman. We need you to 3 and 4. We are running all 8th mile. All classes are 8th mile this weekend. Now, the track has shut down, but there was shut down there that basically couldn't be used. There was no turnaround on it. If you got down there past that last turnoff, there was nowhere to go. You would have had to actually back up. So this week, we've added 300 and some odd feet of concrete and worked on a turnaround up there. But this race was always advertised as 660. Even though maybe now the shutdown might handle it. We want to stick to our guns there and still run us on the 660. And I think that's a fantastic call. 626 to dial in there for Bill Nuzzo. That was the 08 Mustang on the right side. The left side, that was Josh Sander. 67 Camaro went 639 at 100. What is that, 106 mile an hour? Yes, we see the top sportsman cars rolling down the hill. And we're rolling through quite a field here of Super Rod. Top dragster, you're on standby. Eddie Arnold and Herman Lester. Lester on the left side, the 80 Monza, goes 682 at a $108. And Eddie Arnold, the 92 Cutlass out of Salem, Ohio, goes 652 at 131 mile an hour. All right, Doug Linden, 55 Bel Air, out of Bergen, New York. Good-looking car. I think that one's pitted right across from where I'm staying this weekend. Left side, Jeff Gerber. That is one of the 27 roadsters over there. Chevrolet Power, Make Wellness. Sponsorship there for Gerber on the left side out of Massillon, Ohio. Massillon. I've already been corrected on that one. You can't get these Ohio names correct. 005 up front, 655 for Gerber. And looky there, Linden, 643, 128 mile an hour right out of the box for the Chevrolet Bel Air. Bill Jackson and Ron Lower. Lower the 96 Chevrolet Cutlass. Chevrolet Cutlass. What am I talking about? Oldsmobile Cutlass with Chevy Power. That's a Chevy in the right lane. That's Illumina. I know that one. Bill Jackson out of Mansfield, Ohio. Right side, Illumina. Left side, the Cutlass for Lower. Looks like the starter attendant up there checking that to see what maybe is coming out, and they're cutting off the machine of Bill Jackson. Looks like it's got a drip up there and don't want to send that down and possibly cause a dangerous situation. They go ahead and send Ron Lower on a single. Going to go down and go 622, 131 mile an hour as they back up the Lumina of Jackson. Probably got just a touch of mop work to do. Great job by the starting line crew to not send a car down dripping, leaking, whatnot going on there for the Jackson machine. So they're going to push that one back, and I'm sure they'll take it back to the pit and look it over. I think he's going to try to turn it around right there. They're probably trying to get it off of the turn, sharper. Whoever was backing him up looks like who backs me up sometimes back towards the water box. Turn, no, turn the other way. All right, so they're getting the Jackson machine pushed back off the starting line. Two more sitting there outside the water. Oh, look at that field of top sportsmen. Man, oh, man. That's going to be a good race this weekend here in Top Sportsman for sure. All right, next pair pulling through the water box, Jeff Smith Jr. 90 Buick Skylark on the right side, Bill Jackson Racing Engines. I see that name on several cars, that Bill Jackson Racing Engines name. Left side, Biddle Transmission, and Tim Bob Motors. That's Tim McGuire, 86 Monte Carlo out of Oberlin, Ohio. All right, both of them roll into the beams. There goes McGuire. McGuire's 20 red. Junior is 48 up front, goes 648, 124 mile an hour, 701 at 116 for Tim McGuire. Looks like we are just about to the last one here in our Super Rod category. Super Top Sportsman sitting in the lanes. Super Top Sportsman's in the lanes. There's lots of them, and it is, wow, all the way to the back of the lanes. That's going to be, I cannot wait for some Top Sportsmen this weekend. All right, Rob Foss and Steve Fields lining up. Firebird for Fields. Foss in the Monza. Foss is 008. Red goes 641 at 119 mile an hour. Some of these guys have it figured out right out of the box. Perhaps they've run some other 8th mile stuff and kind of know where to set those stops, or maybe they've just got them set to run them out. 630 for Steve Fields. He was 11 on the tree. 630 to 120 mile an hour. Final call in Super Rod here. Paul Fiddler out of Willard, Ohio, 76 Vega. .26 up front for Fiddler, 644, 112 mile an hour, and that wraps up Super Rod. Top Sportsman is piled in the lanes. A whole bunch of them. They're 3 wide back there. Is that what we're going to, some people like, if they try to race 4 wide, I think we should go 5 wide next year. No? 3, yeah, 3 wide. NASCAR country. It could be one of those deals where, they have to touch each car on either side of them before they cross the finish line. That's right. I see those Top Sportsman cars, and I'm pretty sure nobody wants to touch the other car. Some fine craftsmanship here in Top Sportsman this weekend. A beautiful, beautiful field of Top Sportsman cars. Top Dragster, you're on standby. I just don't have room to get you through there at the top right now until we start rolling these Top Sportsman cars, because there's a whole mess of them down there. And then we will be going into Top Dragster. So Top Dragster, hang tight. Be ready, but hang tight. I just can't get you through at the top of the hill yet. We're going to touch up the surface here before we go into Top Sportsman, because I'm sure we have some probably 3-second cars here in the Top Sportsman field. I'm looking down there, and I know there's some low 4-second cars and probably some knocking on that 3-second door. See, there's a good 30 of them sitting there in the lanes waiting to come down the hill. So next up, we will be going into Top Sportsman. If you're just coming online, hit that thumbs up button. It's been climbing and climbing. When I mentioned it a while ago, there was 44 thumbs up, and now there's 400. But there's 1,200 of you watching. So if you're on there and you hear me, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe even more, and also hit the share and let everybody else know where to watch the best racing this weekend. Going to be at Darana Dragway here in West Salem, Ohio. Flashing lights are on the rotator tractor. So that will be the last lap for that. And when it gets back down here, it's going to be time to roll right into Top Sportsman. Whole bunch of Top Sportsman cars, and they've started rolling them down the hill towards the water box. As soon as Josh gets done on the rotator, this is its final lap, it'll be time to hit Top Sportsman, and a whole bunch of beautiful cars sitting here to race Top Sportsman this weekend. By the way, folks, I don't think I would sit right behind the burnout boxes in your golf cart to watch. That's not a good place. Probably don't want those parked down there right behind the burnout box. You are sure to get a rock or something like that hitting you in the head. Do not sit right behind those burnout boxes in the golf carts. There's a million places to watch, and that's probably not the one where you want to be. Mark Claypool, here we go. We are going into Top Sportsman. We are headed into Top Sportsman, first round of qualifying for the Friday-Saturday race. No Pro-Am happening this weekend. So here we go. Brian Werner, 68 Camaro on the left side out of Hubbard, Ohio. Morrow Auto Service and Abruzzi Transmissions. All right, Mark Claypool, 99 Dakota there on the right side, out of Harrisville, PA. And remember, we got a 32-car Max Field here in Top Sportsman. They're going to have 4 shots at it. And I think we're going to be close to, if not over, a full field. So qualifying is going to matter this weekend. Brian Werner, 418, 171 mile an hour on the left side, the Camaro. Right side, Claypool goes 467 at a $150. Next pair on the line there, that's Ken Langlois in the left side. The Cutlass. Right side, Gerald Jones. Jones out of Milford, Michigan. That is that really good-looking Pontiac Grand Am. So right now, 418.9 for Brian Werner, going to be sitting at the top. Of course, you know, there you go. First pair out. Certainly that is, there's the car sitting there in the field that can get under that. But nice way to start off qualifying here. Jones and Langlois. Langlois probably going to go for 458, 154 mile an hour, 453 for Jones, 153. Almost identical mile an hour there for Jones and Langlois. Next pair going through the burnout box. First gen Camaro here on the left side, and another one of those classic 90s Cutlasses. Those things kind of dominated pro stock back in the day. Known for their aerodynamics, and you see a lot of them now in the top sportsman categories. A number of them will be in the field this weekend. Just a little bit, was 10 up front, 497, 140 mile an hour. Left side Camaro, 467, 148 mile an hour. I know on the right side right now we have one capable of going right to the top. That is Corey Flagg out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Night School of Welding machine. Home-built car right there. Mark Flagg, his dad backing him up. And Mark and Corey built that car from scratch. Mark is a car builder, used to work at a place called Fast Chassis in Louisville, but he built his own race car. And it's a 14 kind of car. Left side, Jeff Gable, 71 Duster, out of Stratford, Ontario. Cool looking duster there. The beautiful 63 nitrous Corvette, a flag on the right side. .706 cubic inches of Fulton power there on the flag machine. Looks like actual Mopar power there for Gable. A little flame there for Gable and flag. 417, 172 mile an hour for Corey. 26 up front, one flat to the 60-foot, 417. A $172 in the right lane. Gable coasts across at only 46 mile an hour, 882. So slow rolling there for Gable. We saw it go out about 100 and so feet. And a big fire pop come up there for the Gable machine. So they're going to go out and get him off of on the racetrack with the push machine. Looks like it's still rolling under its own power. Flag makes the turn. And a pair of those cutlasses sit in the water box. So once they clear the top end, it sounds like they say go ahead and fire them up. By the time they get the burnouts and get anywhere close, they will have the Gable machine, which is now around the corner. Left side cutlass. I don't have the name on the right side. I just know the Badia machine. I don't have either one of them in here, but I know that left side, I know who that one belongs to because it's gone many, many rounds in Top Sportsman in the Outlaw Nitro Series this year. I'm going to say I've seen it in the finals at least once, if not more. Certain it made it to the finals in Milan, Michigan. I see these cutlasses, and I think they're all ex-pro stock cars, but they could be a comp car. They could be a Top Sportsman car from years back. There's a very popular body style in this category for sure. Mike's wife follows him up there and says, come on, let's get on up here. Let's go. Both cars pre-staged. There goes Badia. Right side in. Badia probably going to go a 430 something. 441 with a 960 mile an hour. Right side. 007 on the tree. 487, 143. Looks like they're going to send Terry Osmus on a single out of Belleville, Michigan. 97. Very colorful Firebird out of Michigan. Mountain Machine. Sponsorship for that Firebird. So perhaps Osmus asked for a single. Sometimes if you haven't made a pass in a while, you might say, hey, you know what? I'd rather go by myself. I don't want to risk anybody else. Sometimes it's a new combination or whatever. So he goes on a single, 456, 155 mile an hour, right straight down Main Street for Terry Osmus. Right into the burnouts for the next pair. David Mullins and Andy Gregory. They like the shoeboxes in the Gregory household. 55 Bel Air. on the left side. Beautiful orange and cream white color. And another one of those classic 90s Chevrolet body Lumina there for David Mullins. You know, back in the 90s, you saw a lot of the Luminas and the Cutlasses running in pro stock and comp and those kind of things. You still see a lot of those cars make great race cars forever. Andy Gregory, 102 60-foot 427, 167 mile an hour for the 55 Bel Air. Mullins, 491, 142. Right now, way too early to call, but currently, Corey Flagg going to be sitting number one with that 417. There's plenty of cars. Boy, they're still up over the top of the hill. What a field of top sportsmen. Mike King, another one of those 63 Corvettes over on the right side of the racetrack. ILT DSC chassis, and Dr. Brain on the right side. Cool car there. Left side, Karsten Nagaris. That is the Firebird on the left side, both nitrous-assisted machines. See if anybody can get under the flag 417. It's early on in Q1. They got 4 shots of this thing. .32 car max field, so let's see if we go over that, and then we get a bump spot. I could see it happening when I see how many cars are still sitting there. Left lane is 008 on the tree, 441, 165. Mike King, right side, 440 at 160. 78 up front. Finishing the burnouts here for the next pair. There's one that I know can go to number one. Aaron Glasser, out of Louisville, Kentucky. On the left side, a lot of cubic inches and a lot of nitrous for the Glasser machine. He's actually running a couple of classes this weekend. This is his top sportsman car. Also has a pro nitrous car here this weekend. Right side, the Wheatcraft racing machine. Those things have definitely got some of the most dynamic paint jobs. I mean, both cars sitting up there right now are phenomenal looking. And I know they shine out there. We love to see a little bit of sun peeking through these clouds and really lighten those paint jobs up. So Glasser was running about 412, I think, at the last race, so certainly capable of getting down there in the number one spot for now. Let's see if the hit goes clean. Wiggles just a little bit, but away it goes. 008 on the tree, 415 to go number one there for Aaron Glasser. Wheatcraft 460, 152 mile an hour on the right side. Nice clean passes there. You saw that machine of Glasser kind of giving just a little wave of the tail as it went down, but nice pass there for Aaron. Lorenzo Brooks, left side, TRI Air and Strimlin. And I believe Killer won one of the races earlier this year. Out of Youngstown, Ohio on the left side, the Cavalier. Right side, 91 Fox Body Mustang. How about that? That's one you don't see. You don't see that body style in top sportsman all that often, so that's pretty neat. Jay, oh boy. Grisham, we'll go with that. West Harrison, Indiana, 91 Mustang on the right side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need top dragster. Top dragster to 1 and 2. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster. Attention in the pits. Top dragster. Oh, big nitrous pop and fire there for Brooks. Got the fire extinguishers right on it, killed the power right on it. But I mean, as soon as the car even began to move, it popped the nitrous and set the top right on fire on it. So they get it pushed right out. So Zoe with problems, got to put out the flames. Meanwhile, on the right side, nothing to take away from it there, the Mustang of Grisham goes 449 at 150. 9 mile an hour, nice pass there on the right side. Double 02 up front as well. Nice lick there to start off qualifying for Jay. So tough way to start out the weekend there for Brooks. And they back the next pair up. Probably going to have to spend just a few minutes up there on the starting line. Had to take the fire extinguishers to the Brooks machine. It popped one time, and then you just kept seeing the fire coming out of that hood scoop. I see the paint. The hood scoop is, I'm going to assume, made out of carbon fiber or fiberglass, so it's kind of got definitely a different texture there for Killer on the hood scoop of the Predator machine. Starting line and safety crew was right on it, jumped on it, got it put right out, power turned off, and yeah, got to move that one back just a little bit more, make plenty of room there to get the Brooks machine out of the way. And make a little assessment out there of what may or may not need to happen on the starting line. Great job for everybody involved right there to get that car put right out. So we'll see what they've got to do out there. I don't know what kind of something they might have to clean up. I wouldn't think it'd be too much. We'll jump right on it. We'll be back in just a few moments. We do need attention in the pits in case you didn't hear it. Top dragster to the lanes, top dragster. You're going to come to 1 and 2, please. Top dragster. All right, putting them right on in the water, and it's go time again. Ron Barnhill, Oakley Motorsports and Hughes Equipment 98 Mustang out of Fredericktown, Ohio. Right side. 59 Corvette Coltrane on the right side. Side by side lead there, 008 for Barnhill, 16 up front for the right side, 470, 151 miles an hour. Pretty sure I actually called that left side incorrectly as far as who that was. I think that's James Hayes, especially when I see that number 470 smooth come up there. There's a pair of those black Corvettes, and from this angle, I'm sure I missed it. 008 for Barnhill, 16 for the right side, 479 for the Mustang. Next pair up, Sylvester Barnes and Scott Wasco. So Wasco on the left side, I believe that's that Pontiac G8. And the right side Barnes, I believe he's rolling gears. I think that car was potentially going to run mountain motor, but licenses didn't come through for it, so got it in Top Sportsman. He actually had to work on that car as soon as he got here. He was had the clutch apart. I think he smoked the clutch in it immediately. So they've been working on that car for the last couple days, and now put it in the beams. Vasco 52 up front, 413 right to the top there. 174 mile an hour and 436 for Barnes on the right side. 168 mile an hour for Barnes. 174 and 413 for Wasco. So that puts Wasco 1, Glasser 2, Flag 3 currently. They still rolling down the hill. Stephen Day and Keith Castle. Day, the 69 Camaro out of Westland, Michigan. COZ Renew on the right side. And that left side, the beautiful Dodge of Keith Castle. Dodge Avenger. Pedal there sounding like for Day, possibly. 452, 157 mile an hour, left side Castle. 009 up front, 2,470 miles an hour. Don Swindell and Jerry Albert. Albert in the Jegs Camaro on the left side. Right side, another 63 Corvette for Don Swindell. Another beautiful pair of cars sitting here. Birds in the nitrous getting ready to go. That Albert machine is one of the best looking versions of that body style I've seen. I think that thing is just gorgeous over there on the left side. And of course, who can go wrong with a 63 Corvette? I mean, you know, that makes a beautiful, beautiful race car. Both of them tight on the starting line. Swindell, 007, 433, 164. Albert, 013, 430 at 165. Side-by-side pair for sure there for Albert and Swindell. Justin Souders, also out of Louisville on the right side. He was your top sportsman winner up at the Outlaw Pro Mod race at Milan, Michigan a few weeks back. Car goes real consistent 420s. Left side, Chris Wheatcraft, Indy cylinder head. Caged Insanity there, the 71 Hemi-powered Demon on the left side. Blow-through setup, I can see there from the pictures there for the Wheatcraft machine, and of course the nitrous assist there for the Souders machine. Little check there in the door for Wheatcraft. Last adjustment there for Souders. Side there, and Wheatcraft 415 with a 9, 171 mile an hour, 16 up front. Souders 424, just like he left off back in Michigan. Who's 52 up front, going to tighten up that starting line a little bit and stay right there in the 20s all weekend. And looks like we're going to, I don't know if something's been spotted down there or whatever, but track crew heads down to see what's going on down there at the mid-track or the finish line. I shall not speculate. He's going down there to do a quick check of the big end of the racetrack. So we'll be just a few moments and then we'll be back at it. Of course, depending on what he finds. If there's a problem down there, it might take a few minutes. Y'all watching the live feed probably see more than what I can see. I'm looking at him from behind. Somebody said lost part of the Pro Charger pipe. Let's see on the replay. Oh, yeah, I saw some piece go flying off of it right there about the finish line go up in the air. If you're just logging on to the YouTube, again, I'll say, hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up there. 1,500 of you watching. That means there's 1,000 of you that still need to hit the thumbs up. Also, subscribe to the IHRA page. Of course, all the action this weekend on IHRA TV. If you're watching already, you know where that is on YouTube. Again, you can also load Track Tune Live app and get all of the PA feed directly to that app. So you can load that on your phone or your iPad or your Chromebook or whatever. You can put that app on. Bluetooth it to your stereo as you're going down the road, whatever you might be doing. One more way to be able to hear everything this weekend. All right, there's James Hayes and Gary Wojnowski. Wojnowski on the left side. Right side, Hayes, the 63 Corvette out of Troy, Ohio. Getting down to the final few pairs in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Attention in the pits. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Hayes is 27 up front. Wojnowski is 25 up front, 441, 161 mile an hour. Right side, Hayes, 27 up front, 158 mile an hour to go, 446. So very side-by-side pass there. Two more cars in the 440s. Next pair finishing the burnouts and rolling towards. That is Jacob Elrod, 63 Corvette on the left side. Pro-charged combination. Right side, nitrous combination for Ronnie Proctor, the 09 Mustang out of Hedgesville, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, Larice Motorsports, Albert Racing Engines, B3 Racing, and Sonax Gears. Elrod has parked that Corvette in the winner's circle so far this year. Goes 439, 163 mile an hour. Nice pass there for Proctor. 006 on the tree, 420, 167.97 mile an hour. Proctor with it. Just all around good pass there. 006 up front, 420, 167. Little Bob Mandel, 55 Bel Air. You can hear it, I can hear it as soon as it started under the tower with that big blower lope. Rock, rock, rock. It is a machine gonna go probably right around 4 flat. That thing is 4 O's all day long there in the left side. Ricky Adkins, the 61 Mini-ish on the right side of the racetrack. Adkins over on the right side, and the Bel Air out of Bob's Profab down in Colioca, Tennessee. Tail kind of moving around a little bit there for Mandel, but he goes 4:10, 181 mile an hour, and that will put Lil Bob at the top of the sheet. Adkins, 49 up front, 483, 143 mile an hour. Mandel, the third, was 18 on the tree, 4:10 out the back. Here's another Profab race cars. 62 Chevy. That thing is an engineering wonder. That's Big Bob Mandel. Right side, Pontiac GTO. For Mandel, 422, 175 mile an hour. Right side, the GTO, 475, 148. Final car of the category, Andrew Johnson. There for Johnson. Goes 474, 147 mile an hour. 008 on the tree for that Tri-5 Chevrolet. And that wraps up top Sportsman first round. If you're watching online, we are doing 3 rounds of Pro-Am qualifying today. The Pro-Am Eliminations race canceled for the weekend, no time. Everybody says, well, how are you doing qualifying? This is extra qualifying runs for the Nitro race this weekend for the Pro-Am cars. With the very late start due to the weather this morning, we just knew there was no way by the time you got through a qualifier and then try to do eliminations with the number of cars on the property, would have never got this race finished tonight. So instead, we're going to go ahead and give them extra shots at the racetrack. Let everybody get good and dialed in and qualified where they want to be for the Nitro race this weekend. So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a track touch-up before we go into top dragster. We'll take just a break. Touch up the racetrack here. Then we will go right into top dragster, and we'll be back to the top. So Hot Rod, I'll be calling you next. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Hot Rod, you're on standby. We will be calling you next. Looks like just a few quick passes up here on the starting line. We'll be right back at it. Oh, there's another 100 thumbs ups there. You might as well hit that thing while you're on here. Just gonna make a couple short circles of the Christmas tree with the rotator just to level out that starting line just a little bit before we go back into and kicking off top dragster Q1. Sitting in the lanes. Nice field of top dragsters. Great big field of top sportsmen. Thank you guys for coming out, supporting the race this weekend. It's going to be some awesome racing this weekend here. Darana Dragway, West Salem, Ohio. Previously known as Dragway 42. Yes, we are still on Highway 42. West Salem. Pretty area here. The track is beautiful, smooth, nice as can be. All right, going into top dragster Rizika machine on the left side. 58 up front. 2 red on the right side. 438, 162 mile an hour. Right side 453, 156. Next pair through the burnout. They think they're doing burnouts to the 8th mile, but really they're just racing to the 8th mile. Both those cars with big, long burnouts backing them up. Four 37, 159 mile an hour left side. Looky there. 391. 181 mile an hour for the right side of the racetrack. on the tree, $3.99. That's the second 3-second car in the field already, $3.99. 182 mile an hour on the left side, 5,351 mile an hour. If you're watching online and you can't watch online all weekend, but you still want to listen in, you're in the car on the way home from work or to work or whatever, and you're probably not watching YouTube while you're driving down the road. You might be. Probably not supposed to be, though. But you can load the Track Tune Live app. It's an orange circle with a microphone in the middle of it. Load that app. Create an account. Doesn't cost anything. And the PA feed comes into that app straight from my mouth to your ear. Right side 006, 391, 184 mile an hour. Boy, oh boy, the top dragsters are stepping up the game here this weekend. 450, 154 mile an hour for the left side. 391, 184. Right side of the racetrack. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Hot Rod, you are on standby. All right, so going to cut that pair off. I see the spotters down track have seen something there about, whatever that is, about 750 feet. And that's why there are track spotters. They see something down there on the track, probably out of the last pair. Going to check everything out real well because we got cars here right now in the 390s at 180 plus mile an hour. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, I can see it on the live feed. So yeah, I'm not sure if it just disintegrated the belt off of the blower on that car, but there's pieces of shrapnel out there, probably from some sort of supercharger belt. But there's pieces of it everywhere out there, so they're picking that up. And we can go back to the live feed, the replay, and we're going to see something. I thought come apart. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see pieces of it bouncing around out there. Obviously, some sort of belt that's come apart and left pieces of it all over the right lane out there. So, good spot by our spotters and track crew. Going to go down there and make sure everything is off of the surface. Yeah, it's probably 1,000 feet down. There were pieces of it from 800 feet on, so it just popped and came into a lot of little pieces. So they'll be getting that straightened up, and then it will be time to go back. We got another pair sitting there at the starting line, and another one's waiting in the water box. Again, Hot Rod, you're on standby. Hot Rod, you are on standby for TT2. My name is Brent Carver. We're coming at you here from live from Darana Dragway, West Salem, Ohio. Previously known as Dragway 42. Recently purchased and added to the family of racetracks owned by Daryl Cuttle. His company, Darana Hybrid. So if you're online and you're going, why are they called Darana? Well, that's the name of the company of the owner of the racetracks. He's going to do everything in his power to give you a great experience at every one of those racetracks. So all of those Darana racetracks that are acquired and renamed, and people say, oh no, you changed the name. Guess what else he's done? Painted, put in timing systems, rebuilds towers, adds to the racetrack. All those things to upgrade to make the facility Class A. And so there's work done right now and lots of work to each one of these facilities coming in the future. 990 to the 60 foot there for Chris 9 on the right side, goes 405, 175 mile an hour, 163 and 429 for the left side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod. Time trial number 2, Hot Rod. Q2 to the lanes, please. Hot Rod, Hot Rod, Hot Rod to the lanes. He was 009 up front, rattled the tires pretty hard. I can see the chatter marks, probably 30 to 40 feet of them, and just finally had to just step out of that thing. Left side, 006 on the tree, 44, 33, 161 mile an hour. Right side, bad rattle of the tires, and slow rolling down there. You see the retrieval vehicle going to come back and accompany him back, make sure that he makes it off the top end of the racetrack. It's a pretty good distance down there. One turn off and it's way down on the left side. So firing up the next pair, we know there's going to be a good-sized burnout, and they got to back up. By that time, the big end will be clear. Yep, making around the corner right now, so everything is clear and ready for the next pair. All right, next pair at the starting line. Away we go at 12 right on the right side and a fast pass, but I did see what looked like possibly some fuel or something come out of that right side. 377, 181 mile an hour. They're going to do a quick walk out there. You could see what looked like possibly fuel out the headers on the right side, but went 377, 181 mile an hour left side, 464, a $147. So spotters go down there, check it out, see if there's anything that might need to be cleaned up. They're doing an awesome job down there, making sure we don't miss anything on the racetrack. Again, second call, hot rod. Hot rod to 1 and 2. Hot rod to 1 and 2 for Q2, please. Hot rod to 1 and 2, please. Left side, the Tom Martino. The Lucas Oil dragster out of Ohio. Previous PDRA world champion. Previous IHRA world record holder there. Tom Martino on the right side. Left side, left side, left side. Right side, I'd say Darryl might really like that one because it's got the right colors on it. Looks like the left lane is maybe lost fire. Yep, they're going to push that one back. Problems there for the right lane, and Martino going to go on a single. Tough catch right there. Martino staged it up, but once you have the timing system set for a pair, at the last second, if they back one of them out, the system is waiting for that second car to come in. So going to back Tom out, reset, set it for a single. There he goes. Nothing rattles Big Tom to go 17 up front, 389, 186 mile an hour for Martino. Third call, hot rod. I see you all starting to fill the lanes down there. Hot rod. Thank you for starting to make the call there for second round of hot rod. Rolling this way as we move through top dragster Q1. .007 left side, 415 right side. 006, 452, 153 mile an hour left side. Courtney there was 007, but on the red side. Also, I'm going to say attention in the pits, but I don't need cars to come. Attention in the pits. Racer Appreciation Dinner. We kind of lost track of what day it was up here in the tower. And all of a sudden, Doug said, wait a minute, isn't there dinner tonight? And the fact is, that's a fact. Racer and Crew Appreciation Dinner is being served at the racer at the hospitality trailer. Right up here on the top of the hill behind the stands. Top of the hill before you start coming back down towards the starting line. At the IHRA hospitality area. Racer dinner is being served currently. So go get you some supper and it's going to be good. You'll be having you a fine, full meal right up there at Racer Appreciation Dinner at the hospitality trailer. So it looks like we have problems again there in the right lane. Gonna have to push that one back. Shut it off and shove it back left side. Connor Grisses. 009. 415, 169 mile an hour for the left side. So again, while it's quiet, no cars running. Racer Appreciation Dinner being served up at the hospitality tent right now. So head on back up there. You must have a, what does that say? Pink or yellow wristband. Pink or yellow wristbands must be worn for dinner. So if you don't have your wristband on, if you're not part of the racer and crew or you don't have your wristband on, you're going to be hungry. Racers and crew should all have pink and or yellow wristbands. Got that? Go get you some supper. It's at the hospitality tent. It's not hard to spot the great big tents up there on top of the hill. Next to the IHRA merchandise area. Next pair in, and it looks like both of them are going to stage up. No problems there on the right side. Good. Right now, 377 is low ET. 009 up front, but I said it too soon, didn't I? The right side did get staged up and was 009, but does not make the trip. Left side was 001 red, coasting to a 702 at 68 mile an hour. So kind of mechanical problems there for both lanes. All right, so turning off the bottle and retrieval rig down there, going to clear the big end of the racetrack. Actually, both of them got to be pushed off. Not sure what all happened there. But mechanical problems for both lanes. Got a little time to go get those looked at and ready for Q2. Racer and Crew Appreciation Dinner at Hospitality. That was Kara Joe. Joe Brink with mechanical problems there. But Racer and Crew Appreciation, that is up there being served. Full dinner. Make sure you have your armband on, pink or yellow. And you can go up there and get you a very, I have much experience, very fine supper up there. Looks like they are clearing Carajo off of the big end of the racetrack. Next pair do the burnouts. I have big expectations for the right lane because I can hear it and watch it from here. Blower car on the right side. Right now, 377 sits number 1. Are we going to see that number get eclipsed? I'd say it's entirely possible yet, but that is quite a number to get under at 377 for number 1 right now. Foot 3, there you go. I had a feeling. 376, 193 miles an hour there on the right side. It makes that 402 on the left seems a bit mundane, but that's right near the top of the field there, the 402 and 183 on the left side. But number 1 now sits 376. 193 mile an hour in top dragster. Final call, Hot Rod. Final call, Hot Rod. Q2 for Hot Rod Eliminator. You should be in the lanes. .452, 154 mile an hour, 424 on the left side, a $165. Just a couple of cars left. This is the last pair of top dragster sitting in the water. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock Eliminator, we need you to 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. Stock Eliminator, we need you to 3 and 4, please. Stock Eliminator to 3 and 4. Final pair here in top dragster. Number 1 sitting at a very stout 376. Imagine being 377 and then getting still out-qualified. So we got a 376. They got about 5 or 6 cars in the 3s. They're in top dragster first round of qualifying. Everybody's been pretty tight on the tree as well. 16 up front, 444, 155 miles an hour for the right lane, 480 flat at 143 with a 10 bulb for the left side. And we're going to roll right into Hot Rod. Again, if you're just tuning in, Hot Rod Everything this weekend is 8th mile. So Hot Rod would normally be your 1090 class. They are 7 flat for the index for Hot Rod. This is Q2. Pair of Camaros staging up. First gen there on the left side, Tim Shuck. Second gen, right side. Again, 7 flat. I expect people will be closer this time. That first one, nobody had ever run, or not, I wouldn't say nobody had ever run, not used to running 8th mile. So had to make some probably throttle stop guesses to see how close they could get. Now they get to dial them in. 003 left side, 009 right side on the tree. 686, 110. 696, 104 mile an hour for Shuck on the left side. Frank Jenkins and Ray Miller. Miller. The Chevy Bel Air on the right side. Jenkins, the 63 Pontiac on the left side. So again, Hot Rod is going to be on a 7 flat index, 7 flat index. Pair of 27s on the tree for Miller and Jenkins. 714 for Miller at 106. 721 at 112 for Jenkins. There's another Miller machine. That's Alex Miller in the Monza on the right side. And Mike Nugent, left side in the S10. Light for Nugent, 22 up front for Alex Miller. 7:01.1 for Miller. 7:05.9. I told you they're going to start getting them dialed in tight here. This is their second shot at the track. And a 7 flat index for Hot Rod Eliminator this weekend. 5/10 Pro Treat, door cars only. 7 flat. Mark Flagg out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, driving the Carver Racing Pinto on the right side. Left side, Robert Sesko. 87 Camaro out of Shadyside, Ohio. The Flagg team running a couple cars this weekend. They got a 63 Corvette in Top Sportsman. Something not quite right on the Pinto there. Goes 728 at 92. That's about 3/10 slower than it normally runs. 706 at 99 mile an hour there for Sesko. Getting it dialed tight there for Sesko. David Braskett and Steve Yannickas. Braskett. 74 Manta. Left side, 74 Camaro for Yannickas. Braskett is 003 on the tree. Yannickas is 15 on the tree. Yannickas goes 699.4 on that 7 flat. Braskett 695, 121 mile an hour on the right side. Oh, the 89 BMW with Chevy power on the left side, and the 68 Dodge Dart on the right side of Paul Brown. So the BMW goes 7 flat with a 5. With that thing is dialed. 699, 6 and 14 up front for Paul Brown. On the right side, Todd Hickey, Corey Hansen. 64 Chevy 2 on the left side. S10 on the right side for Hickey. Hansen with the first one I've seen all weekend. All zeros all the way out. Perfect light 701-1 on the 7 flat. Both cars there were 701. Hansen was 701-1. Hickey was 701-2. How would you like to be within a thousandth of your competitor and still be 68 Hun behind at the finish line with that trip zip, quad zip light for Hansen? Jordan Odoms and Michael Zayden. Zayden the 70 Duster. And he is trip zip on the tree. 0, 0, 0 with a 7. 690 with a 7 for Zayden. Odoms, 75 up front, off the pace. 824, 69 mile an hour. So that's been 2 trip zip lights in the left lane in a row. 0, 0, 0, 0 for Hansen and 0, 0, 0, 7 for Zayden. I'd say pretty good chance Zayden going to be number 1 on the sheet. I don't know how you can do better than 4 zeros. Gary Fleener and Thomas Kuhnle. Kuhnle, a 75 Nova out of New York, and Fleener on the right side. 79 Z28 out of Port Clinton, Ohio. Going to go 702.7. And Kuhnle 699 with a 2. 35 up front. Tighten up that starting line, and that's going to be a tough one to beat. Rob Foss and James Boose. Boose out of Guilford, Ohio. 80 Camaro on the left side. 84 S10 for Foss over on the right side of the racetrack. Final call stock. Final call stock to the lane. Stock. Q2 for you to the lanes. If you're not here, you're late. Final call stock to the lanes, Q2. Quick Rod, you're on standby. Quick Rod, you are on standby. Racer and Crew Appreciation Dinner happening up at the hospitality tent right now. So after you make your pass, go up there and grab you some dinner. You got to have your pink or yellow wristband. And you will be served up one of the best meals you will have in a while. Lee Newmeyer, 76 Vega on the right side. And Frank Hinkle, 68 Roadrunner. He's a little too soon. 10 red, 701.3 at 111 there for Hinkle. Newmeyer goes 731, 17 up front. Got to have to pick up the pace there for Newmeyer. Mike Walker and Jim Pigeon. The Cutlass on the left side for Pigeon. The Chevelle, right side out of Akron, Ohio for Walker. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Quick rod to 1 and 2. Quick rod to 1 and 2, please. Quick rod. 1 and 2, please. There's a 007 and a 003 light. Pigeon 0077 flat. Walker 003 at 730. Got some work to do on the ET setup there for the Walker machine, but no work to do on the reaction time. He's right on it, 003. Couple of matching Novas. From my view, they look identical. The reaction times were not identical. Left side, 026. Right side, I won't say. 686, 111 mile an hour there for the left lane. 708, a buck 03. And that wraps up Q2 of Hot Rod. So it looks like we're got a little bit of quick work to do up here on the starting line before we go into Q2 of Stock Eliminator. So Stock sitting in the water box and got a little bit of track check to do there on that left lane. A little mop, a little rotator. Touching that area up a little bit, and then we'll be back at it. All right, so a little starting line touch up there. Again, while it's quiet. Racer appreciation going on up there at the hospitality area. Get your pink or your yellow wristband on. That's your racers and your crews. Everybody was like, not sure yet. The second race was a lot bigger. By the third race, the fields were well more than doubled. All right, going into stock, Zach Ross and Mike Hours. Hours in the 71 team. Ross, the 2010 Challenger, 701. The base index for Ross and goes 619. Right side, Hours, 789 goes 715 on that 789 index. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Quick rod. We need you to 1 and 2. Quick rod to 1 and 2. Put the fork down and come to 1 and 2. Quick rod. Quick rod to 1 and 2, please. Scott Bartlett and Mike Sheehan. Sheehan in the 88 Mustang on the left side of the racetrack. 823 is the base number, goes 760. 833, the base number for Bartlett in that Oldsmobile, goes 762 at 87. Robert Sheaf and Aaron Allison. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There is a champagne-colored Suburban that needs to be moved. Apparently, it's parked right behind Jackie Sloan's trailer, and they can't get in, whatever they need to get in. The license plate number, should you happen to know your license plate number, KDY 4338. That is a Chevrolet Suburban, and it needs to be moved. Parked right, I guess, behind or next to Jackie Sloan's Pro Mod trailer. So if you can possibly move that, that'd be great. If you can't, somebody else will. All right, so the Murata of Sheaf goes 766 on the 8 flat. Right side, Allison, 693 on his 762 base. And Jim Nichols and Steven Tukolsky. Tukolsky, the 66 Chevy 2 out of Richfield, Ohio. Seen that car make many, many laps so far this year in the Outlaw Nitro Series. Nichols out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. A stock automatic for Nichols. B stock. Rolling gears for Tukolsky. 27 up front, goes 678 on his 754 base. 665 on the 725 base for Nichols. Terry Knott and Brent DeRock. Catfish Camaro on the left side out of Hookstown, PA, 736 base number there. And Terry Knott, 780 for his base index. Staging Light graphics sponsor for Knott, the 73 Dart Sport on the right side of the racetrack. And again, I need quick rod to 1 and 2, quick rod to 1 and 2. I see you lined up there. I need some of you in the other lane. Quick rod to 1 and 2, please. $669 there for DeRock. 736 on the base. 780. The base number for Knott goes 711, 94 mile an hour. Next pair already staging up. Steve Zorney with 02 Dakota there on the left side. Right side, Bobby Lundum. 68 Nova. RET cylinder heads and LM Racing Oils there for the Nova. Zorney, I think, won one of the races earlier this year, if my memory serves me correctly. 747. On his 820 base there for Zorney on that left side in the Dakota. Nick Ryder and Scott Klingler. Get that one mixed up backwards all the time. Ortonville, Michigan. That's the VP Racing Fuel Copo Camaro on the left side. 736, the base number. 775 for a rider in the 68 CUDA. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Guess what I need? I need super stock. I need super stock to 3 and 4. Super stock to 3 and 4, please. Attention in the pits, super stock to 3 and 4. Scott Klingler goes 6:43 on the 736. That's going to put him right up near the top of the sheet for sure. Nick Ryder, 6:88 on the 775. So that's a couple of good ones right there that just went down with Ryder and Klingler. And looks like might be finishing up the final car in the category, Randy Butter. Service Inc. Wireless on the 2015 Camaro over there out of Pennsylvania. .701 is base, goes 6:52 at 103, and that wraps up Q2 of stock. Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need super stock. I need super stock to 3 and 4. Super stock to 3 and 4, please. All right, we are headed into Quick Rod. Quick Rod is 4/10 Pro Tree. This will be the shortened version of 890 Quick Rod. So they are on a 570. 570 number here for Quick Rod. Mark Claypool in the 70 CUDA. Right side, Steve Fields. 99 Advanced Dragster. Pinion Shop on the right side, Rossler helping out on the Claypool machine. Again, they are 570 number. Claypool goes 563 at 121. Steve Fields, 563 but at 135. Super stock, super stock, super stock. 3 and 4, super stock 3 and 4, please. Ricky Skaggs, 65 Mustang out of Sullivan, Ohio on the left side. Dragster on the right side. Throttle stops allowed in Quick Rod in all of their rod categories. But 570 is the index for 8th Mile Quick Rod. I need to send another shout out on that Chevy Suburban. It's a champagne pewter colored Suburban. It is in the way at Jackie Sloan's pit. Whether you know your license plate number or not, you do know if you drive a champagne pewter-colored Suburban, it needs to be moved. There's probably not that many of them here, so you shouldn't be confused of whether it's yours or not. It is parked in the Jackie Sloan pit area, and it's in the way and must be moved. A 572.7 for that right side. The Skaggs on the left side went 557, $1.17. Hey, if you're watching online on YouTube, IHRA TV, thank you for joining in. Appreciate each of you for jumping on your computer or your phone and watching along here. We are going through 3 potential rounds of qualifying here for tonight. These are qualifiers for the Nitro race that starts tomorrow. They'll get one more tomorrow and then go into the eliminations. Tomorrow afternoon, the pro categories will race. So if you're online and you're going, did I miss pro stock or something like that? That's not running today. That's part of the pro categories that will run tomorrow. The nitrous, the pro mods, the mountain motor, the alcohol, all that will run tomorrow for qualifying for Saturday's race. Adam Gerber and Bill Jackson. Jackson, left side. Gerber, right side. All right, Gerber went 573, 139. Jackson, 566, 141. Next pair headed down to Kevin Trusty. Trusty will get no time as he did not get staged or rolled through the beams. I looked away and didn't see it exactly what happened. But what I do know, I should be able to see here on the replay in just a second. I'm going to give you another call here for the Suburban, but I'm going to tell you it needs to be moved or it's getting ready to be moved. So if you are here and you are driving a light-colored Suburban and it's parked, it don't matter where it is. But if you're driving one and you think it might be parked in the Jackie Sloan pit area, we are looking for someone to move it if you do not. So it's imperative that we get that thing out of the way. They cannot get in their pit. Nick Karras and Gary Fleener. Next up, Fleener going to be on the left side. 2024 American Dragster, Chevy Power. Nick Harris, right side, the 2020 Diamond. Clifton Steel sponsorship there. Left side, Fleener Racing Transmissions and Level Performance. The guy with the Suburban is on his third trip through the channel line, maybe. You better get back into the Suburban seat and get that thing moved, because we are going to have to move it here pretty soon, whether you wanted it moved or not, because it's in the way. Got a Suburban? Move it. Like now. All right. Nick Harris, Gary Fleener. .001 on the tree for Karras, 002 on the tree for Fleener, and they both went 572. So Karras was 001, 572.2. Fleener was 002, 572.8. 6 thousandths separate the two. Steve Taylor and Stephen Theodore. Theodore, left side out of Lancaster, Ohio. Taylor, right side, Coshocton, Ohio. Muskegon Grinding and Machine there. Sponsorship for Taylor, and Laughlin Oil for Theodore. 575.6 for Theodore. Taylor, no time. Every time I look away from the racetrack and look at my screen, I look back down and somebody did something I should have seen. So I look back over here and. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Rod, Super Rod. We need you to the lanes, please. Super Rod to 1 and 2, Super Rod to 1 and 2, please. Attention in the pits, Super Rod to 1 and 2, please. Up, she was 003, so just killer on the tree every time there for Jamie. Goes 575 at 143. 598, a $142 on the left side of the racetrack. Final car in the category sits just outside the water box. That is Anthony Mosley, 78 Malibu AK Industries. Keen Pump, JMC, Bill Harris, South Street Grill. So final car in the quick rod category, going to be Mosley. And then we'll roll into Super Stock. Second call, Super Rod to 1 and 2, Super Rod to 1 and 2, please. There must be a real thin in the starting line. 571, 117 mile an hour there for Mosley. And again, that wraps up quick rod. So it looks like we're going to roll right straight into Super Stock. So super stock coming to the starting line. That's Earl Rowe and Aaron Russell. Russell, the GTE automatic car on the right side, the 96 Camaro SS. Rowe, multi-time at least #1 qualifier. Earl Rowe there, 88 Camaro K automatic car. Goes 739, goes 641. Almost a full second under there for Rowe. Russell, 635 on the 672 index. Chris Lozon and Daryl Charavino. Charavino, the 67 Camaro, accurate transmission. H automatic car on the left side. The GTF automatic car, that's the 92 Achieva of Lozon out of Chatham, Ontario. Both of them actually lift the Red Bull. Only one shows. The first one that did it was Lozon. Charavino goes 637 on the 701, 635 on the 680 for Lozon. And here's your super stock A car of Augustus Adkins. I like it. Kevin Righty, also 643, but that is a B stock. The place there for Righty. Let go, the car got out of shape, and it just moved around from the time it left to the time it got to the finish line. Adkins goes 561 on the on the 643, 121 mile an hour for that AMX. Righty, 640 on a 643. I'm certain that was not the pass that Kevin Righty was hoping to make. George Wright and Pete Maduri. Maduri going to be in the S10 on the left side. Dyna Braid Power Tools. George Wright, 20. That is not a 2012 Mustang for sure. On the right side. Varsity Ford, Joel's JRP, 9500rpm.com. Yeah, that's Super Rod. Super Rod. Attention to the pit. Super Rod. Super Rod. We need you to 1 and 2. Super Rod to 1 and 2. That puts Top Sportsman on standby. That puts Top Sportsman on standby for Q2. So the factory GTH car of Wright goes 629 on the 686. 608 on a 659 for Maduri in the S10. 09 Challenger of Jeff Ross. Factory GTL car there, 716 for Ross. And the GTI automatic car of Miller, the 85 Chevrolet Camaro. .703, the index for Miller. 716, the index for Ross. Ross goes 627 on the 716, 649 on the 703 for Miller. There's a couple from the same era. 90 Cavalier of Aaron Allison. On the right side, Race Tools Direct. Left side, Randy Running. 92 Oldsmobile Achieva out of Michigan. 665 for Running. 6 5.16 index for Allison. .580 on the 616 for Allison. .592 on the 665 for Randy Running. Andy Cronenbitter, left side, 688 for the GTG Automatic Cobalt. Right side, Terry Allison, another Race Tools Direct, that's an S10. $659 the index for Allison. Goes $599 at 113. Cronenbitter goes 607 on his 688 at 108. Lance Pinto, 64 Chevelle on the right side, 680 the index for the GTF Automatic. Left side, John Sierra, 80 Monte Carlo out of Greece, New York. That's the L Automatic car on the left side, 751 base number there for the Monte Carlo. Final call, Super Rod. We got a big field of Super Rod. Final call, Super Rod in the lanes. If you're not there, you're late. The Chevelle goes 634 on the 680. Sierra in the Monte Carlo, 682 on his 751. Final car in the category, Mike Price out of Navarre, Ohio, 69 Camaro, 695. For Price. And that will wrap up. Whoa, huge wheel stand there for Price. I can't wait to watch the live feed so I can see from the other end. I'm looking at it from the back and I can see the roof and the hood for a long time there for the Price machine. So I'm going to be watching for the replay on the line there. But boy, oh boy, 649 on the 695 for Mike Price. Oh my goodness, yeah, I just watched that replay come up. Probably wasn't really a replay, it's really the delay. If you happen to be listening to me on the app, Track Tune Live app, I would say there's no delay. So what I say is probably about 10 seconds behind the actual stream there. But that Camaro was probably, I'd say that bumper might have been actually on the ground. What a launch there for Mike Price. Vince, we're going to go right on into, by the way, Super Rod. Super Rod, final call, Super Rod to 1 and 2. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. As soon as I know we got enough room for you, we're going to start calling you. So, Top Sportsman, watch for your WhatsApp and listen for the call. It's coming. See, they're checking that starting line. A few manual transmissions there in super stock, and they can be a little bit abusive on a starting line. So, doing a little starting line check. And rolling into Super Rod. Super Rod is normally your 990 class. Their number this weekend, 640. That's Vince Gregory and Les Ames. Gregory, the 55 Bel Air. Ames, the 77 Vega on the right side. That is not a Vega. I like it when I look at the screen and it says Vega and I look down there, that is clearly a Camaro. Don't hang the messenger. 640 the dial in there. Going to be the 640 index for Super Rod this weekend. 8th mile, 640, 4/10 Pro Tree, door cars and left-hand steer roadsters. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. Top Sportsman to 3 and 4, please. Top Sportsman to 3 and 4, please. Gregory knocks the tree down, goes 36.43 on the 640 index. 642 for Les Ames, but a bit tardy for Ames. Next pair up, Jack Schnitzer. That's the 91 Daytona over there on the left side. Charlie Flanagan. That is a Vega. There's a pair of Camaros going. Tony Martinez. And I believe that one to be Charlie Flanagan. Also, 0007 on the tree and dead on with a 4 at the big end. So 4 total in qualifying here for Flanagan. That's what he gives us for me calling the wrong pair. He says, watch this. I'll show you who the real Charlie Flanagan is. I'm going to go for total. Again, second call, Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman to 3 and 4. Top Sportsman to 3 and 4, please. Mike Lagos and Ron Lower roll towards the starting line. 96 Cutlass there out of Dundee, Ohio for Lower. 92 Z28 on the right side out of Cass City, Michigan for Lagos. correct. 004 on the tree, 668. Have to pick up that ET sum, and 678 for lower. A little work to do there on those stop timers. Chris Powers, the second. A 57 Volkswagen Beetle on the right side. And yes, it is rear engine. Volkswagen Power. Left side, Eddie Arnold. 92 Cutlass Chevy Power. that sounded bad. Now, the left lane, Eddie Arnold, 58 up front, goes dead on with a 3. But that was bad sounds for the Powers machine. It makes a lot of RPM and a stick shift. It's sitting there wide open, and as soon as he dumped the clutch, the car moved about a foot and no longer moved. Maybe there's nothing wrong with it, but it sure sounded like a transmission or a transaxle or something just broke. I'm making an assumption there, but we heard it. It didn't go, and then they pushed it back. All right, attention in the pits. Look, I'm looking for my top sportsman cars. There's a whole wad of you, and I only see one of you. So top sportsman, can you start coming to the lanes, por favore? Steve Fields and Doug Lydon. Lydon, the 55 Bel Air on the left side. Steve Fields, 2000 Firebird out of Carlton, Michigan. Ring and Pinion Shop Firebird on the right side with the Big Block Chevrolet. Fields goes 12 up front in the Firebird, 645 at 119. Linden, 639 with a 3 at 127 there on the left side. The K car goes 641. Left side, Mike Donald in that 78 Monza went 650. This is Q2, time trial 2, whatever you want to call it. No Pro Mod is not running today. Bill Nuzzo and Tom Diamond. Diamond in that familiar 27 Ford T. 12 up front. Nuzzo double 02 on the tree, 642. Diamond 638.99. 130 mile an hour there for the little Roadster. Bill Jackson going to be on the left side. Chevrolet Lumina right side. Jeff Gerber, another 27 Roadster. I want to give a big thank you to almost 2,000 people that have been on our live feed so far today. The weekend is only going to get bigger and badder as the weekend goes. So make sure you set your alarms, subscribe to the page, and make sure you follow along as the weekend picks up. Nitro coming tomorrow. Nitro, Pro Mod, alcohol, mountain motor, all the pro categories qualifying tomorrow, as well as one more qualifier for all the Pro-Am classes, and I believe one round of eliminations scheduled for them tomorrow. As I always like to say, schedule subject to change based on conditions. Jeff Gerber had problems all the way down. The car did not leave the starting line. And then when it finally did, I think he just idled it down. 13:36 at 58 mile an hour. Meanwhile, Bill Jackson did go 6:36 at 129. Next pair stage up, Herman Lester and Jeff Smith, pair of juniors. 90 Skylark on the left side, 80 Monza on the right side. Lester in the Monza went 6:31, 113 mile an hour. Jeff Smith Jr., 6:42 and 009 up front. That's a good place to be after Q2 for Jeff Smith. Josh Sanner and Jacob Elrod. Elrod, the ATM Innovation, American Race Cars, Moser Engines, Corvette. Right side, Sanner, 67, first year Camaro there. Turned into a pretty nice afternoon here in West Salem. Darana Dragway. Sanner leaves before the tree drops. Not going to get an ET. Elrod, 644 on the 640 index. 132 mile an hour for the Corvette. Sanner not going to get a time left before the tree activated. I've seen it happen a few times today. That's why it's good it's just qualifying. Rob Foss and Steve Theodore. Theodore in the Corvette Roadster on the left side. Foss in another one of those Monzas, 79 Monza out of Lucas, Ohio. Nitro Joe Stats. And Jackson Racing. Steve Theodore went dead on with a 3 to 002 on the red side. Foss went 634 and was 006 on the red side of the tree. Rich Pica, 656 at 116 for the Corvette. Tim McGuire, 684 and 007 up front for the Monte Carlo, and that wraps up Super Rod. Little touch-up of the racetrack, and then we're going to hit round number 2 of qualifying in Top Sportsman. A fantastic field of Top Sportsman and Top Dragster here this weekend. No doubt about it. That's going to be some awesome, awesome racing. So like I said, going to do a little bit of racetrack touch-up before we go into our Top Sportsman qualifying. So we'll take just a short break. It's a great time to tell you that racer and crew appreciation got to have a pink or a yellow armband. You can head up and get your supper at the IHRA hospitality area. I'm sure it is phenomenal. Full dinner, always got salad, always got dessert. No little old sandwiches. It's real deal meals. Just one way that Daryl and Darana and IHRA wants to show their appreciation for you racers coming out here and showing up and putting on a great show. Going to be an awesome weekend here, and we want to thank you, each and every one of you, for come through the gate. And they do that a couple of times over the weekend by giving you some fantastic meals. Also, the IHRA merchandise area is open and available. shirts, hats, hoodies, all those kind of things. Top Sportsman is rolling down the hill towards the front of the staging lane. So once the track prep is finished, we will go into Top Sportsman. time to go back to the racetrack. Top Sportsman, Q2 and Q1 has 37 cars on the qualifying sheet. So, yes, there's a bump. Currently, sitting number 32 is Ron Barnhill with a 479. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to turn them up. Because it's going to only get quicker. Because a couple of these cars down at the bottom just didn't make good hits. So, likely things are going to change just a little bit. But coming into round 2, Bob Mandel III sits number 1 with a 410. Number 2, Scott Wasco. Number 3, Aaron Glasser. Number 4, Chris Wheatcraft. Number 5, Corey Flagg. First pair out is Gerald Jones and Mark Claypool. Jones goes 453, Claypool 463. So Claypool picked up about 5 numbers. That'll move him up a spot or 2, or at least secure that area there. Came in number 28. So I'm sure would probably like to improve that just a hair and stay away from that bump. Gary Wojnowski. Motorsports Unlimited 19 and 2009 Chevy Cobalt. Left side, Mike King, 63 Corvette out of Aurora, Indiana. Wojnowski went 441 earlier. King went 440. Side-by-side pass here. Mike King, 441. Gary Wojnowski, 441. Difference being King was 001 on the tree. So neither necessarily improve on their ET. So both should stay right where they were at numbers 17 and 18. Terry Osmus and Don Swindell. Osmus comes in number 24. Swindell went 433 earlier to be sitting at number 13, coming into round number 2 of qualifying. So Osmus in the Firebird, Swindell the 63 Corvette. .434 for Swindell, right where he was on the first pass. .468 for Osmus. Numbered down a little bit from where he was last time. He went .456 first round, .468 that round. Corey Flagg and Mike Badia. Badia comes in number 19 on a .441. Flagg comes in number 5 on a .417. Big nitrous purge there for Flagg. Badia also with nitrous assist for the 96 Cutlass on the right side. Badia out of Milford, Michigan. Flag out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Another solid pass out of both sides, and a repeat of round number one, 4:17. 172 mile an hour for Flag. He went 4:17 with a 3 on the first pass, 4:17 with a 0 on that pass. See if they'll listen to their crew chief this time and dial 4:17. All right, Karsten Nayurgis. I think that's it. Karts Detailing, Schween Motorsports goes 440 on the right side. David Mullins in that 92 Lumina goes 495, not in the field for David Mullins at this point. Going to have to pick up that number. Looks like currently it's going to take a 78 or better to make the field. Andy Gregory, Justin Souders. Souders on the left side out of Louisville, Kentucky, the 69 Camaro. Gregory, the 55 Bel Air out of Hamburg, New York, on the right side of the racetrack. Again, more than a full field, so we're going to be trying to get down to 32. This is their second qualifier tonight. Whether we're able to get all the way through again tonight, that's just going to depend on what the weather does. They will have another one in the morning. But if you got it, you're going to have to show it this weekend just to make the field. All right, both cars away. Pretty flames coming out of the headers on both sides. 426 with an 8 for Gregory. 426 with a 4 for Souders. So Souders was 424 with a 3 on the first pass. 426 with a 4 on the second pass. Gregory was 427 on the first pass, 426 on that pass. So both those cars sit exactly where they're going to sit. Bob Mandel and Jay Grisham. 91 Mustang on the left side out of West Harrison, Indiana. Mandel out of Culleoka, Tennessee, the 67, I'm going to call it, Chevy 2 wagon, Nova wagon. They are car builders down there. Profab, Bob's Profab race cars, and that is Bob Mandel in one of the cars that he built. Mandel came in on a 422 and goes 420. Not going to improve, not going to pass Proctor, but right there, well, no, that actually would bump him up a spot and bump Ronnie Proctor down one spot. There's still plenty of qualifying to go, but that did move Mandel up one spot on the sheet. Grisham Went 4:48 that pass. And was 4:49 on the first pass. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes for Q2. Top dragster to the lanes for Q2, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Q2, top dragster. Scott Wasco, your number 2 qualifier, coming in with a 4:13. Got to go 4:10 or better to go back to number 1. Bob Mandel, the third. Lil Bob, currently number 1, 4:10 with an 8. Wasco, 4:13 with a 9. Does he have enough to get around? Ken Langlois on the other side went 4:58 in the first round of qualifying, solidly in the field. Oh, nice pass again there for Wasco. 4:13 with a 3, just 6 thou off of his first pass. 4:13, 3 on the first, or 9 on the first one. 4:13, 3 on the second one. Aaron Glasser, first round qualifier, 4:15. Out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. The right lane, the 68 Firebird. Left lane, Keith Castle, the 2007 Dodge Stratus. Castle went 4:24.4 first time around. Glasser went 4:15.0 first time around. Second call, top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes. Top dragster to the lanes. Big purge there for the Firebird of Glasser. Twin purges for Castle. Pre-stage lights on. Glasser in first. There's Castle. Problems for the Glasser machine. He rolls away. Castle goes 4:24. Was 4:24.4 on his first pass. 4:24.8 on the second one. Obviously, issues for the Glasser machine. When it got ready to leave, it just didn't go anywhere. Jim Hayes and Randy Chestnut. Hayes, the 58 Corvette on the left side out of Troy, Ohio, probably going to go 470. 470 doesn't get you real deep in this field. That's number 29. That's number 29 on the field right now for Jim Hayes. Randy Chestnut on the right side. Went 460 with a 9 on the first pass. Move there for the Hayes machine. It moves towards the center line. Goes 482 at 121. Chestnut 461. $152. Third call, top dragster. Third call. Top dragster to the lanes for Q2. Top dragster, we need you. I want to know if we're going to see anybody go quicker than that 376 in the first round. Thanks, sir. Mike Sowers and Tim DeVore. DeVore, the 07 GTO on the left side. Right side of the racetrack, the 68 Camaro of Mike Sowers. Sowards on the right side goes 453, 154. Tim DeVore, 479. So DeVore hanging on for dear life at the field. He sits number 31. Sowards goes 453. Looks to me like Sowards did not make Q1. I don't remember seeing that green Camaro go down, so that might have gone ahead and shoved somebody out at the bottom of the field. 453 at 154 would put him right there in the middle around number 20-ish. So that may have shoved Ron Barnhill out if he can't pick up that pace a little bit. 479, 1 is number 32. And we now have Danny Germano on the right side. Pair of 420s. That's 422 for Germano, 424 for the left side. Put them both solidly in. And I didn't see Germano's name on this qualifying sheet from the first round either. So I think those are both fresh entries for the second round of qualifying. So I'm going to say, before I get the printout, we got more than 37 here. And that bump spot is going to keep going up. Or down, I guess we should say. Kevin Chess and James Hayes. Hayes, another one of those kind of 470 kind of numbers. Actually went 446 on the first round. Goes 440 with the 9. That's going to move up James quite a lot. Put him up around that 14, 15, 16, 17 position. Kevin Chess was 467, which is what he went on the first pass. He went 467.5 first round, 467.1 second round. Jerry Albert and Ricky Adkins. Adkins on the outside looking in at this point. Comes in on my sheet at number 33, but I suspect more like 35 or 6 now. So Adkins gonna have to get much lower down in the 70s to make the field. Went 483 first pass. Jerry Albert, no problem being in the field. Albert went 430 on the first round, 429.3. Adkins still sitting there on that 82, and it looks to me like on the outside looking in. I'll be very interested to get the second round qualifying sheet after this finishes up. Because I'm pretty certain there's a couple more cars that did not go down first time, and there were 37 first time. So that bump spot is going to change again. Ron Barnhill and Andrew Johnson. Barnhill, 479.1 was number 32 coming in. And I'm going to say probably now on the outside looking. Andrew Johnson went 474. He goes 471 with an 8 on that round. So securing that spot down there. But Johnson came in at number 30 and probably did not move up. Got closer to Hayes, but did not move up. Barnhill went from a 479 to a 455. So big improvement there for Ron Barnhill. He must have said, you know what, I think I'm going to have to turn this bad boy up just a little bit to make this field. Last car to go, Jacob Elrod. Came in at number 15 with a 439. Final call, top dragster. Final call, top dragster. A full clean pass for Elrod. I heard it come off the gas and back on. Goes 443. There is still one top sportsman car sitting back there at the front of the lanes, but apparently not prepared quite yet. So I see it rolling. I see on the line there it says they think Killer Brooks might be out. You think? That was a pretty big fire there for Zoe on the first hit. I mean, it didn't even leave the line, and we saw the flames come out the hood. So if you're just now watching, didn't see the first pass, Lorenzo, somebody said is Lorenzo Gonzo. I don't know how bad it was, but there was a pretty good fire on top of that thing. So maybe they can get it put back together and still compete this weekend. But right now, it didn't look real great after the first pass. There was no first pass. It was a flame out. All right, here comes the last one. Alex Miller, 97 Cutlass. Go down the right side of the racetrack, the Miller Racing Transmissions Cutlass. And oh, by the way, not in the field. With 497 on the first pass. Gonna have to be deep into the 70s to make this field. Still on the outside. It went 497 on the first pass, 496 on that pass, but going to have to pick that thing up by a solid 0.2 to make the field there for Alex Miller. Now, top Sportsman is wrapped up. We're going to be moving into top dragster Q2. Right now, as we move into there, I'm sure they're going to check things out on the starting line before they send top dragster out. Make sure everything's good to go. Coming into this round, check out where we are in top dragster. 26, so it's not quite a full field, but number 1 is Ashley Johnson. 376 at 193 miles an hour. Number 2, Craig Addis. 377 with a 9 at 181. Number 3, Tom Martino. 389 with a 9 at 186. Number 4, Matt Albright. 391. Number 5, Tyson Fabish, 391. Number 6, Frank Cardinelli. Nope, Jamie McBride. Sorry, I skipped one. Jamie McBride, number 6, coming in with a 399. So the top 6 all in the 3s. So it is going to be a fast field in top dragster as well. Say Tech was just so you know, for tonight, Tech is closed for tonight. Registration and Tech will open at 7 a.m. in the morning. Coming to race tomorrow's race and you're not here for this session, certainly you can still get in. Yep, you can still get a time run in the morning. These qualifying sessions are for the Friday, Saturday race. There is no Wednesday, Thursday race. So don't think that these are for a race that will then happen on Sunday, because that's not what this is. This is extra qualifying sessions for the Friday, Saturday race. We knew, because we didn't get started till whatever it was, 3 o'clock, 3:15, 3:30. We knew we would never get a race done tonight. And you can see it right now. I mean, what time it is now, and we're finishing up round 2 of qualifying. So whether you're watching online, you're here on the property. Tomorrow, just as scheduled, there will still be one qualifier for tomorrow's races. For the sportsman classes, right? You will still have a qualifier tomorrow. So if you are not here today, you are only planning on coming and racing the Friday, Saturday race, there will still be a session for the Friday, Saturday race in the morning. If you're watching online, you want to know what's going on, we had to cancel the Pro-Am part of the program. But rather than just sit here with a racetrack not doing anything, we said, let's give these guys a couple extra qualifiers to really have them an opportunity to race this weekend and be at their best. So here we are going into round number 2 of qualifying. For top dragster, and the top 6 are all in the 3s. Erica Molnar on the right side. Salem, Ohio, 2016 American dragster. She went 4:38 on the first pass, 4:38 on that pass. Ashley Mosley, 4:53 on the first qualifier, 4:52 on that one. Next pair about to stage up. Courtney Grisey. Are you getting me to say it wrong now or right now? All right, I'll trust you. If they come up here yelling at me, I'm pointing at you though, Dougie. Courtney Grisey. It makes sense. Chris Stein, I can handle that one on my own. Chris Stein out of Silver Lake, Indiana on the left side. Courtney went 4:15 on the first round. Was 4:15 with a 5 on that. Stein goes 4:04. Went 4:05.9 on the first pass, 4:04.5 on that pass. Will not improve on the qualifying sheet, but does improve a little bit on the ET. Connor Grisey. Look, I learned. I can't guarantee anything on the next round, but I learned it this time. Connor Grisey and Chris Ruzicka. Ruzicka on the left side. And Connor Grisey on the right side, also with a 4:15. Ruzicka went 4:53 on the first pass. Ruzicka moves up quite a lot there, went 4:38, was 4:53 on the first pass. So that would move him from around 20 all the way up to about 13 or 14, depending on how this washes out for the rest of the way. Ricky. Grisey goes 4:16, was 4:15 on the first pass, so basically stays the same, 4:16.1 and was 4:15.5 on his first shot. Tim Kelly, Jeff Smith Jr. Tim Kelly went 4:50 on the first pass, 004 on the tree right there. Goes 4:50 with a 0. It's 4:50 with a 6 on the first pass. So 6 thou difference between those two passes for Tim Kelly. Goodness gracious. Tisha Wilson I hope she has a tire sponsor and a valve spring sponsor. Quite a burnout there for the right side. And I don't show that Tisha made a first round qualifier, so that's going to be one more on the sheet. 4:43 for Jeff Smith there. Possibly Tisha already had brand new tires and just trying to break those bad boys in, getting rid of the stickers on there. Well, the left side of the racetrack did not go down in the first qualifier, so again, this field is going to get a lot closer to full after second round of qualifying. Oof! I will get you, Tyler. Is this one a new entry time run? Dennis Dimitrov. Yes, that is another new entry. So we're going to be up close to that 30 number here in Top Dragster as well. And yes, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Yes, we are going to attempt to do a third round. We said we were going to try to do 3. We're going to still try to do 3. So Hot Rod, you're on standby. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Hot Rod, you're on standby for Q3. Dan Davies and Chris Gobel. .407 for Davies. Gobel, 432. Chris went 433 on the first pass, 432 on that pass. 407 for Davies. And I'm going to call that one another new entry. Nope. Davies did not have a good pass on the first one, went 971. Frank Cardinelli, Randy Chestnut. Chestnut on the left side. Cardinelli over on the right side. Cardinelli came in number 7. I believe the Chestnut, a new machine. 446. 393 for Cardinelli. Boy, talk about picking up that pace. Cardinelli was 402 on the first pass, goes 393 on that one at 186 mile an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It's time to be at the top again. Hot Rod to 1 and 2. Let's bring them on. Hot Rod to 1 and 2. The lanes are wide open and waiting for you. Hot Rod to 1 and 2, please. Tom Martino, right side. With 389, first round goes 381. Does not move him ahead of Addis, but does solidify that number 3 spot for Martino. 381 at 188 mile an hour with 389 on the first pass. Snyder, 436, and check it out, Ashley Johnson was 376 on the first pass. Backs it down to a 382, 006 up front. Ashley Johnson still sits number 1. Frank Brink, left side. Kirby McLennan on the right side of the racetrack. Brink did not have a successful pass. He went down beside Carajo, and neither one of those cars got down the racetrack. So Frank certainly going to go faster than the 702 on the first pass. Kirby McLennan, 424 on the first round. Looked like puff of smoke out there from the Brink machine on that left side. Right side, McLennan goes 424. 452 for Brink. Carajo Brink. Hers found itself dead about 900 feet on the first pass. and had to push that one off. So hopefully they got both of those brake machines lined out. Looks like Carajo going to go on a single. Certainly a more successful pass than her first time down the racetrack. Goes 466, 147 mile an hour. Last pair of top dragster take the racetrack. John Bose and David Payon. Click on the wrong side of the tree. 480 for the left side, 505 for Payon, who came in that was a fresh pass there for the right side. So once we get a new qualifying sheet for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, I'll pass along the updates to you. So that wraps up round number 2 here on qualifying time runs for the Friday-Saturday race. No Wednesday-Thursday race is going to happen. We're going to go into tomorrow as scheduled. These qualifiers and time shots will go towards tomorrow's race, tomorrow and Saturday's race. So I'm betting Top Dragster's close to full field now. 26 went down in the first round, and a few extras went down that way. So we're going to see how many our total is. So Bose went 480 with a 0 and 480 with a 1. Seen a lot of those cars between Top Sportsman and Top Dragster that nearly identically repeated their first qualifying effort. So going to be quite the field when we get into eliminations. I think first round tomorrow. One more qualifier tonight and one qualifier in the morning. Here we go into Hot Rod. Third time shot for Hot Rod tonight. Steve Yannickus and Tim Shuck. This will be our last session of the night. And we're at the top. So we'll go through the run order one more time. And then we will call it quits for the evening and be ready for first thing in the morning. Tech and registration opens at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So if you were planning on only coming and running the Friday-Saturday race, you're in great shape. great luck, good news. There is still one qualifier in the morning for the Friday-Saturday race, exactly as scheduled. This is bonus time. Yannickus on the left side, Tim Shuck on the right side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock. Stock to 3 and 4, stock to 3 and 4. 7 flat gonna be the index for Hot Rod, and Steve Yannickus hits it right on. 7-0-0 with a 3. Shuck goes 698-2 and 10 up front. Hot Rod is gonna be another class this weekend that is going to be absolutely tough to win in. Frank Jenkins on the left side in the 63 Le Mans. Right side, 3rd Gen Camaro. Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock to 3 and 4, stock to 3 and 4, please. Stock to 3 and 4, please. Looks like Paul Brown going to go on a single here, 68 Dodge Dart. Hot Rod, let's roll them on down the hill. We should have stock coming down the hill as well. So Hot Rod, if you're sitting at the top of the hill, let's try to roll them on down and tighten the lanes up. Final call, Hot Rod. Todd Hickey and Robert Sesko. 697 for Hickey. 7 flat with a 5 for Sesko. And 006. You don't think Hot Rod's going to be tough this weekend? It's certainly going to be. I think all the classes are going to be real tight. Mike Nugent was just 16 on the tree, 703.8. Jordan Odoms, 682, 38 up front. I have to put a little more time in the stop there for Odoms. Gary Fleener and Mike Walker. There's another dead-on pass there. Gary Fleener, trip zip, dead 9. Mike Walker, 006, 690 with a 6. Corey Hansen and James Booz. Booz in the Camaro, Hansen. The Chevy 2-wagon. 699 1, 30 up front. 698 9, 65 up front. The lights I've seen right there in that round and in the first round or the second round of Hot Rod, looks to me like you got to be 10 or better on the tree to even be close. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Second call, quick rod. Second call, quick rod. Second call, quick rod to 1 and 2, please. All right, here we are back. I had to get some blood circulation in my legs there. I had to stand up for a minute. So, see Steve Zorney and Mike Hours just went down the racetrack. Mike Sheehan, Scott Bartlett. Sheehan in the little Fox body Mustang on the right side. Bartlett in the big Oldsmobile. Stockers are hitting the tree too. Sheehan is 003761 on his 823 index. Bartlett, 833 index, 763. Rob Sheaf and Nick Ryder. Ryder in the Cuda, the Murata of Sheaf on the right side. 8 flat for Sheaf, 775 for Ryder. Ryder goes 729. Sheaf goes 766 at 87 mile an hour in the Murata. Scott Klingler in the VP Racing Waltrip Brewing Copo Camaro on the right side. Bobby Lundum, 68 Nova out of Charlevoix, Michigan. RET cylinder heads and LM Racing Oils on the Nova, 791. Bobby's index and Scott, 736 index. Gonna go down in the sixes, well into the sixes. Yeah, 98 under for Klingler. 736, his index goes 638. Lundum goes 715 on the 791. Brent DeRock, right side 736. Left side Randy Butter, 701. Oh, man, I don't see the 69 Camaro down here that stood on the bumper last time. I guess he's going to miss this session. I was looking forward to another show. No, that was in super stock. Never mind. $653 on the 701 for Butter. $668 on the 736 for Duroc. Aaron Allison. Camaro out of East Palestine. Quick Rod, Quick Rod. There's not very many of you down here. Final call, Quick Rod to the lanes. Quick Rod, you should be in the lanes or well on your way, because I'm now calling Super Stock. I'm now calling Super Stock to 3 and 4. Final call, Quick Rod. 1 and 2, going to be a short qualifying session for Quick Rod if y'all aren't up here. Final call, Quick Rod to 1 and 2. First call, Super Stock to 3 and 4, Super Stock to 3 and 4. What are we doing here? Quick rod. Ready to roll. Steve Taylor, left side of the racetrack. 570. 570 is going to be the index for quick rod this weekend. 8th mile quick rod would normally be 890 quarter mile. Converting that to a 578th mile for this weekend in quick rod. Taylor's 14 on the tree, 576 with a 9. Right side, 30 up front, 575 with a 6. Gary Fleener, Mark Claypool. Claypool in the CUDA. Fleener, the 2024 American dragster with the big block Chevy. Looks like that CUDA might be Chevy powered as well. But again, they're going to be on a 570 index this weekend in quick rod. Super stock, super stock, super stock. You should be in 3 and 4. Super stock, you should be in 3 and 4, please. Looks like quick rod going to be a pretty short third session here. Maybe they got everything they wanted earlier, and some of them have already put them in the box. Again, they do have one more in the morning as well. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super rod. Super rod. Super rod to 1 and 2. Super rod to 1 and 2, please. Final call. Super stock. First and second call. Super rod to 1 and 2, please. Claypool went 569.8. Fleener went 569.6. Yeah, you think they're not getting them dialed in for this 8th mile deal? They are right on it. They're within, what is that, 18 thou for Claypool. I mean, they're tight on it. Edward Toulis and Steve Fields. Toulis 008, 578.8. Fields 568, 135, 20 up front. Final call, super stock. I know I already said that. This is really the final call. Super stock. Second and third call, super rod. Super rod, super rod. Big field of y'all, super rod. Bring them on to 1 and 2, please. Kevin Trusty and Nick Harris. .009 for Trusty, 001 for Karras, 576. Again for the right lane, and 571 for Karras, 001 and one above. That is a good pass for Nick Karras for sure. Final car of this session of Quick Rod, third and final session for tonight. And I'd sure like where I was at in the field if I was 001 and one above. Anthony Mosley, final car in the category with that 78 Malibu. Rolling right straight into super stock. As Anthony Mosley went 573.45 up front to wrap up third and final time shot tonight for Quick Rod. And right straight into super stock with Jeff Ross and George Wright. Wright in the Mustang on the left side. Ross 09 Challenger on the right side. Just taking a look here, there's a little chatter on the line about Top Sportsman. 41 cars now on the sheet in Top Sportsman. So that means 9 cars currently not in the field. They got one more chance tonight and one more in the morning. If they're not in right now, I think I'd make sure I tried to make this third session. I suspect a few will probably sit out this session if they were happy with their second one. Maybe not, I could be wrong, but right now, number 32, the bump, is Mark Claypool with a 463 and a 6. Kevin Chess is the first car out. Jim Hayes is the second car out at number 34, and Andrew Johnson is number 35. So number 1, Bob Bandel. Number 2, Wasco. 3, Glasser. 4, Wheatcraft. 5, Flag. On the other end of the field, Terry Osmus, number 30. Randy Chestnut, 31. Mark Claypool, 32. First 5 out. Kevin Chess, Jim Hayes, Andrew Johnson, Tim DeVore, and Ricky Adkins. That's the first 5 out in Top Sportsman. But 41 cars on the qualifying sheet in Top Sportsman after round number 2. I'll take one, yeah. Thanks, sir. Super Rod, final call. Super Rod, final call. First call, Top Sportsman. Q3, Top Sportsman. first call. Start rolling this way. Oh, Earl Rowe goes 99 under. 739 goes 640. Aaron Russell, 634 on his 672. We're rolling through Q3 of Superstock right now, and if I had a sheet in front of me, I would say that probably once again will have Earl Rowe sitting number one. At every IHRA Nitro Outlaw race I've done this year, Earl Rowe has been number one. And he's 99 under right there on an 8th mile pass. Kevin Ridey and Chris Lozon. Lozon hits the tree, Ridey does not. 643 goes 620 for Ridey. Lozon goes 636 on the 680. Second call, top sportsman. Top sportsman, top sportsman. To 3 and 4 and top dragster, that'll put you on standby. Top sportsman to 3 and 4. As that wraps up third and final qualifier tonight in Superstock, and we're going to roll right towards Super Rod. Super Rod, normally your 990 class. Super Rod, 8th mile, 640. Great sessions here tonight. Looks like one more pack picking up the back end of Superstock. I don't have the name in my system, but that sure looks like a New Edge Mustang. Well, now they're checking under the Mustang, and now they are pushing the Mustang the other direction. So after the little bit of a late arrival, a very high RPM burnout, and now there's problems with that car, and it looks like they're going to push it back off. So I think safe to say now, after a touch-up of the racetrack, we're going to go into our third and final time session of the evening for Super Rod. Again, all these classes will get one more tomorrow. All these classes will get one more tomorrow, and all 4 of the sessions are for the Friday and Saturday race. Certainly a good-looking New Edge Mustang down there, but problems for that car. Had to get that thing straightened out and be ready for in the morning. So again, we're going to go into Super Rod. Super Rod is on a 640. Same thing as 990, but translating to 640 for this weekend. Door cars, left-hand steer roasters, 4/10 Pro Tree. And by watching the other two rod classes, I suspect, and there's a pretty big field of Super Rod. By the way, final call, Super Rod. Super Rod, I know there's a lot more of you than there are in the lane. But maybe everybody got there too and said, I'm good. I got one more in the morning, and I can understand that. All right, here we go, Super Rod. Final time session for Super Rod for the night. Second, possibly third call for Top Sportsman. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. It was second call, Top Sportsman. Second call, Top Sportsman, to the lanes, please, for your third and final qualifier for the evening. Just about to the bottom of the order. We got Super Rod right now, Top Sportsman, and then Top Dragster. And then we're calling it quits for the night. Registration and tech opens at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So with a 642 index, Mike Lagos goes 643 and 001, but on the red side. Tony Martinez, 625 at 106 there. That's to slow that Camaro down. Rob Foss, right side, the 79 Monza. And Charlie Flanagan, the 81 Camaro on the left side. Flanagan, 003. Flanagan, 003, dead 5-8 total. You think Charlie Flanagan ain't ready? I think he was. I know he was 00 last pass too, so. As they say, that's going to be one to watch for sure. Doug Linden and Mike Donnell. Linden on the right side, the 55 Bel Air, and Donnell, 78 Monza, Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance, and Dad as the sponsors there on that Monza. 18 up front. Well, 629 with a 7. Linden, 641 with an 8, 128 mile an hour. Got the Bel Air sit on keel on that 640 index. Josh Sander and Herman Lester Jr. Little spot clean up there on the left lane in front of Lester. Lester, the 80 Monza over here on the left side. Monza's quite a popular little car in a couple of these classes. I didn't know they've made that many Monzas brand new. But they make a sleek-looking little race car, so I kind of dig them. Right side, Josh Sanders, 67, that first-year Camaro over there on the right side of Salzburg, PA. Third call, Top Sportsman. Maybe I should say final call, Top Sportsman. If you're going to come up for Top Sportsman, we need you to be rolling this way. Top Sportsman, third qualifier of the evening. Both cars go 641. Lester was 27 up front, 641 with a 3. Sander was 29 up front, 641 with a 5. There's a 004 for Chris Gobert. 004 up front, 639 with an 8. Tooth thou under the index and 004. Lower was 015, 667. So Ron Lower got a little bit of work to do yet on the index, finding the number for that Cutlass. Final call, Top Sportsman. Final call, Top Sportsman. Looks like maybe only a fourth of the cars up here in Top Sportsman, but maybe that's the ones down here at the bottom going, hey, I need every run I can to see if I can't get in this field. Because I'm showing 41 cars on the qualifying sheet in Top Sportsman. Mark Claypool with a 463 is the bump spot. So currently out, and I see Claypool down there. He says, I need to move up a couple, hun. See if I can get off that number 32 spot. But currently on the outside looking in, Kevin Chess, Jim Hayes, Andrew Johnson, Tim DeVore, Ricky Edges, Bill Webb, David Mullins, Alex Miller, Jeff Gable. Outside looking in. And Gable just hasn't made a clean hit. I'm just looking down at that car. I can be pretty certain by the looks of it from the tower, it is certainly 460 capable or quicker. As long as it makes a good clean hit. But if you're hanging out down there around number 29, 30, 31, 32, I would say you're hanging on for dear life. I'm seeing some more Top Sportsman cars rolling down the hill here. So this is absolute final call for Top Sportsman. I think y'all's message went out almost 20 minutes ago for the call. Top dragster, first call, top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Jeff Gable on the outside. Looking in, wanting to get in the field. Takes a 463 or better. Current bump 463 with a 6. Gerald Jones. That is still not going to get it for Gable. All kinds of issues there for Gable. Goes 574. Gerald Jones came in on the 28th spot with a 453 and goes 462, slows it down. Jim Hayes on the outside, looking in. And Mark Claypool on the bubble. So if Hayes can go faster than a 463 and Claypool cannot, that would put Hayes in and Claypool on the outside. Looks like a good pass for Hayes, goes 462. And that would bump Mark Claypool to number 33 and jump Jim Hayes up to number 32. 462 is now the bump. So Jim Hayes with a 462 and an 8 now sits at number 32. Who we got up now? David Mullins and Andrew Johnson. Both cars outside looking in. Takes the 462 with an 8 or better. Andrew Johnson, 466, not going to get there. David Mullins, 494, not going to get there. I'm thinking it won't be me either. Right? Although, I did push a broom and push some water out there earlier, so. I mean, it wasn't much, but. That's right. That's a lot less than the rest of this. James Hayes on the right side, Kevin Chess. Chess currently sits 34 with a 467. He's got to go 462 or better to get to the bump. And that's not going to do it because it left and started to drive towards the wall and he's got to lift. How about James Hayes goes 441 in the Corvette? He's been 440 with a 9 and 441 with a 3. That Hayes crew group pair, if you want to say, Jim and James. I've known those guys for several years, and they are some of the best racers in the business. When it comes to putting either Corvette in the winner's circle, they know how to do it. So he is solidly in. James is solidly in. Jim hanging on by a thread. All it's going to take is a real good pass from any of those cars at the bottom, and they'll knock him out. Mike King and Jay Grysup. Jay in the left lane currently sits number 24. And Mike King, don't worry, solidly in, went 440, sits number 18 coming in. So just tuning passes here for these two cars. They're both pretty solidly in the field. I don't think anybody's going to move that far up, or that many cars are going to move up. Like a little move there from Mike King's car, but it still goes 442 with a 1. It's right about where it's been running. It might have lost a couple numbers there early. It looked like a little move early on in the pass. Ron Barnhill and Tim DeVore. DeVore on the outside. He's been 475, got to go 462 or better. Barnhill turned up the Mustang last time and went 455. So he's a few spots away from the bump there for Barnhill. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top dragster. There's literally one of you up here for this final qualifying session. Third final one for tonight. But thanks. So Tim DeVore goes 474. That's not going to get him in the field. Barnhill 452 in the field. Ricky Adkins not in the field. That one's been 482 at best. He's got to find 2/10. Let's see if there's any magic in the Adkins machine. Big pickup, but still not enough. So Adkins found almost 2/10. More than 2/10. I guess it was 481 and went 465. That's less than 2/10, but it's close. That's Kentucky math. Close. Oh, wait. We have to say to Ricky the same thing that Jennifer Flowers said when they asked her about her relationship with Bill Clinton versus Monica Lewinsky. Close, but no cigar. Surely somebody online will have liked that when nobody up here was paying attention. Final call, Top Dragster. Top Dragster. We're about 10 minutes after your text call, so that should be enough time. You are the final category of the evening. And there's only about 2 or 3 of you up here, so perhaps everybody's happy with their second qualifier. But Top Dragster, final call. Bam says we got it. That's good. I'd hate to waste that joke on, if nobody got it. Oh, here comes Top Dragster rolling down the hill. Apparently we had a little bit of a backup up there at the top of the hill, and they're rolling down. So I knew that the Top Dragster field grew after the first round, and in fact, that's true. 31 cars on the Top Dragster ladder. So it's only going to take 2 more, really 1 more, for there to be a bump. And it's entirely possible there were cars that were not going to race the Wednesday-Thursday race that will roll in here in the morning and get 1 more shot. So Top Dragster right now sits at 31 cars. 1 car from being full. And again, would not surprise me at all if 1 or more cars didn't come in right now. The bottom of that ladder, number 31, is 505. All right. Final qualifying session of the night, and it is top dragster, and there's 31 cars on the sheet. Currently, David Payon went 5:05 to be at the bottom of the sheet. Next up, John Bolas, 480. 466 for Kara Jo Brink. 464 for Ryan Pickens. Erica Molnar, left side. First qualifying attempt for the right lane, so we will have a full and possibly more than full field in Top Dragster, just like Top Sportsman. .434 for Molnar. That is an improvement. She was 438 earlier, 434, and 444 for the right lane, not even in my system yet, but that is going to make you the full field. And that should put David Payon on the bubble. Chris Ruzicka and Chris Schneider. They sit number 17 and 18 coming in. .434 and 441. 434 for Schneider was 436. Going to move up a couple of spots. Ruzicka in on a 438. Went 441 on that pass. Danny Bettinger. That's another new entry, so we will now be over a full field in Top Dragster. Going to take technically a 499 or quicker. 505 is the bottom of the ladder right now. You have to dial at least 499. Zip 8 for the right lane, 449. And Danny Bettinger said, this is my first qualifying shot, and oh, by the way, I'm going to go almost all the way to the top. Went 4 flat at 183 miles an hour for Bettinger. So I believe that we are officially over 32. So there are bumps happening. Kara Jo Brink and Ryan Pickens. Kara Jo comes in as number 29 with a 466. I'm going to say now down to about the number 31 spot. So I'm going to say she would like to pick up that 466. And Ryan Pickens is right there with her. And they both improve. Kara Jo, 458. came in with a 466 as the best pass. So that moves her up. Ryan Pickens came in 464, goes 453. There are going to be a couple cars on the outside looking in after that final qualifier in the morning. And right here, currently on the outside looking in, did not have a very good hit earlier, only sitting at a 5.05. Had problems with it on the first qualifier and had to back it out. So hopefully they've got that dragster straightened out there for David Payon. I'd say going to take a 480 or better, 479 or better anyways. And there you go, 461. That's going to get him off the bottom of the ladder. That's going to put him still right down there about the 30 mark. Not a lot of room. But that puts David Payon back up into the program.